So we'll call this meeting back to order, and I'll try to get rid of the chairmanship when the other chairman shows. Okay, so we're live now. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the last topic, there was some public comment online that we didn't catch. I've got an echo somewhere, so we need to. It's the gambling commission. They're always causing trouble. Emily, do we still have that person online, or they haven't come back? Okay, so we will forge ahead then, and we will try to pick them up later if they so contact you. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next item on our agenda is the Gaming Commission. We have Mr. Moore here, and welcome, Mr. Moore. Tell us about what you're doing.
Thank you, Chairman Case and committee members. We appreciate you being here today. With me today, I have President Bob Davis on the commission sitting here. I also have Sherry Daigle. It's on the commission.
She's an old friend.
Yep. Nick Curra is here.
Oh, that's why he's here.
From here in Lander. And then I have Mike Steinberg, special agent for the commission with me today. So
welcome.
Again, thank you. I don't have my presentation up here on the ready yet.
Take whatever time you
If you
need.
can give me a minute here to find it.
You bet.
I have too many icons on my screen. I can't find it. So
My glasses on, let's see if I can help you.
So, Mr. Curra, I didn't know you were on the Gaming Commission.
Well, if you ever stay home. Yes, I have been since 2019.
Wow. Well, thank you for that. Didn't know that.
It's been an eye-opener.
Ms. Daigle, you as well. I thought you might be in town with respect to the county clerks that are meeting.
It was just a coincidence.
Okay. You still live in Teton County?
I do.
Okay, good.
to share my screen.
Okay, we'll turn it back to you, Mr. Moore.
If we can get the right. Got too many things on here. Sorry about that.
You're doing great.
Well, again, thank you, committee members. My name is Charlie Moore. I'm the director of the Wyoming Gaming Commission. First off, our mission statement. The primary mission of the Wyoming Gaming Commission is the protection of the wagering public and the health, safety, and welfare of the participants in all lawful gaming and parimutuel activity. Our vision statement, the Wyoming Gaming Commission will maintain public confidence in the integrity of the gaming environment by operating in a fair and diligent manner, and will be responsive, proactive, and known for our expertise, efficiency, and professionalism while responding effectively to the evolving gaming industry. Our values to everyone in this room are very important. Integrity, responsibility, humility, honesty. And again, like I said initially, integrity is everything when it comes to the gaming industry. Commissioners, this slide shows President Bob Davis from District 1, Vice President Troy Broussard from District 5. We have Dr. Tom Berry, District 4. We have Sherry Daigle, District 3, Dick Curra, District 7, Cactus Cavello from District 1, Ruben Rithaler from District 6, Jenny Wildcat from here in the Riverton area, Lander area, and then Dwayne Pacheco is our law enforcement commissioner. You're seeing now on the screen is our organizational chart. Of course, at the top of the list is our governor. Then we have the Department of A&I, Information, Administrative and Information, excuse me. We have three liaisons, two of which are legislative liaisons, one from the House, one from the Senate. And then we have our governor's appointee there as well. And as you can see, and we won't go down through this organizational chart too far, but you can see Our primary focuses are the administrative part, accounting, law enforcement, parimutuel, Wyoming Bread Program, online sports wagering, and skill games. By the numbers, we are regulating currently 3 racetracks, 28 off-track wagering locations. We have 1,500 and change of the historic racing terminals in the state. We issued last year 1,831 parimutuel licenses with a total licensing issued of 2,100 licenses. The drug testing of the horses, we performed 928 testing of horses at the events. Like I said, 3 racetracks, 52 days of live racing, and 438 races. We have 292 skill-based amusement games located across the state, consisting of 840 skill-based amusement game terminals. During the most recent year, we performed over 540 skill game inspections, and we have 4 sports wagering operators, soon to be 6 next week. And we have 42 sports wagering vendors. The Wyoming Bread Program on the far left of this page, there's over 2,900 breeders that are participating in this program, 63 stallions, 610 brood mares. And the Wyoming Bread Program is one of the premier breeding programs in North America. This program last year alone distributed over $3.7 million to participants in the Wyoming Bread Program. Moving on, live racing, again, and parimutuel events include live racing, roping events as well, and rodeo events in the future. We have our simulcast and live racing wagering activity over the last couple of years, 3 years. Advanced deposit wagering, our Breeders' Award Program, and as I noted, last year it was $3.7 million distributed. Since 2014, we have distributed over $16 million to Wyoming Bread participants. Historic horse racing. The wagering activity, as you see here on this chart, the revenues are significant to the state. The activity is significant to the state, and the program is going quite well and expanding. Skill-based amusement games. You can see here from this slide, and I'm going kind of quickly here if you don't mind. And if you have any
It's okay,
questions.
but those numbers are hard to read. when they're
Right, I'm
flashing
sorry.
forward.
And you've
Yeah, it's
got
okay.
your handout too.
Gotcha.
And I apologize for that. As you can see from the skill-based amusement games, the activity, we have Brewer Amusement, Entertaining Experts, Jenkins Music, Jewel Box, Paradise Pinball and Amusement, Wind River, Wyoming Amusement, Wyoming Amusement Services, S&C Vending, Sunrise Distributing, B&H Novelty, Sweets Amusement, LL Distributing, and Patriot Contests and Games. Online sports wagering is the most recent project. We have currently on the list here, we have BetMGM and DraftKings. We now have FanDuel in the program, and we have coming up this next week, Caesars and PointsBet will be up for consideration by the commission. In bingo and pull tabs, since the Scrivener's error bill was authorized by you all, we're back now licensing and overseeing bingo and pull tabs. With the Scrivener's error, we did lose that authority, and so we had to back away from that for a few months. But we're back to licensing and overseeing the bingo and pull tabs in the state. Of course, there's a picture of our governor riding horses at Wyoming Downs.
It looks a little heavy for a jockey if you want. Like
Mr. Chairman, if I could add on to that, one of the things of interest is he first of all said that he wasn't going to ride in one of those small saddles. He wasn't going to wear a helmet. And the most comical thing was we had people that mentioned that day, well, why doesn't he have to wear a vest? Why doesn't he have to wear a helmet like all the rest of us? Well, when you're governor, You can do what you want to in this situation. So that is quickly what I had for you today. And of course, obviously, we would stand for questions. But if I can move on a little bit, Mr. Chairman.
I just think we might have some questions now, and then you'll get plenty of time. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm fascinated by this historical horse racing deal. I have no experience with it, so I just have a few basic questions. How much time do they have to look through the racing forms before they bet? Is there a cap on it, or can they spend hours on it and try to, on their phones, look up which horse it is? And I mean, how long do they have?
Chairman
Go
Case,
ahead.
Representative Gray, thank you for the question. Not a lot of time. And you don't necessarily, you're not using the racing forms like you're used to and you see back in the day with horse racing. It's presented to you on the screen if you choose to go in and access that information. So you can go in there, you can see the presentations there, and you can make your picks. You are time limited on that. I don't know exactly what that time limit is currently, but you can go in there and you do have that opportunity. They are based on historic races that were run in the United States, North America. We do come in twice a year. We have a third-party auditor that reviews those races to make sure the races that are displayed are actually horse races that have been presented in North America. So we do that each year, and we're also verifying the signatures and the computer programs that are on these machines multiple times a year and throughout our inspections.
Okay. Next up,
Mr.
Representative.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Moore, so on the page, the by the numbers page, page number 7, where it said 27,744 unique users, does that mean that's the number of adults that are currently signed up for online sports wagering in Wyoming?
Which screen was that? 7?
On page 7, yeah, slide 7.
Slide 7, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, yes, those are the individuals that have signed up for sports wagering. We're a little behind. That was the figure that was in, I believe, in February. So I know it's moved up quite a bit from that point, but they have accounts and they're in Wyoming.
Anybody else? Representative Schuler. Senator Schuler. I always have trouble in the intro. You know, you throw me a curve and I got senators and representatives mixing them all up.
No problem, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman. It's all right. Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask a question. I know we have just the numbers for the beginning part of 2022. And it looks like, you know, the revenue is pretty good. I wondered if you have any anticipation in terms of revenue of any of them or all of them together of where we might be with this year's revenue potential.
Mr. Moore.
Chairman Case, Senator Schuler, are you speaking of the online sports wagering or are you talking everything in general?
Mr. Chairman, everything. I would like to have it broken down a little bit too, but if you could just even kind of tell us where we're headed with everything, it'd be great.
Chairman Case, Senator Schuler, thank you. We are on track currently with the historic racing and the skill-based amusement games to set precedents to increase. Sports wagering is still in its infancy. We haven't really had an opportunity at the track. We don't have enough time in that. So we don't have it. We're also seeing increases in the live racing events as well. We're seeing increases across the board.
What's the big picture number for tax revenue?
Chairman Case, you know, I think we're going to hit over $1 billion in wagering activity with the historic horse racing. So 1% of that goes to the city and counties. 0.25% goes to the state to administrate the agency. 0.25% of that also goes to the LISRA. So we're going to see a lot increases. I can calculate those and do some projections if that would be something you would like to see and have that for your next meeting.
Sure,
presented.
we'd like that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's that? Oh, Senator James.
Senator James, yes.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious, are employees of the commission and members of the commission, are they allowed to place wagers and place bets or participate in any gambling on whether it be horses or any of the gaming?
Mr. Moore, if you can.
Chairman Case, Senator, again, thank you. Yes. We are currently, during the last session, as you know, there was a bill that was brought with conflict of interest, and we have been focused on that, and we are continuing to be focused in our meeting next week. It is an agenda item to address that, look at that, see what we can do under rules and regulations for that. And try to get through that. It also responds to the governor's letter that we had received and recommendations to promulgate rules. And again, that is on the agenda for our May 5th meeting. And I would welcome any of you to come to that meeting and join us.
So would it be fair to say that right now there's not a restriction, but you're looking at possibly rules about restrictions? Would that be fair?
Chairman Case, thank you. Currently under statutes in our rules, it talks of conflicts of interest regarding if you're participating in an event, you would recuse yourself. And we have for years, if we had a conflict, if we'd had an individual commissioner own a horse, be a part of the Breeders' Award program, consider having that, recusing them on that subject. So we do have that piece. But as far as a prohibition on commissioners participating or playing
Employees
gaming, there is none right now.
and employees, the same thing?
Same thing, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Yes, sir. Senator James, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Moore, so would this also include family members? And then also, are you also going to be talking about any penalties if said member does not follow the rules set in place?
So Senator James, just to be clear, that I think I heard that there isn't any real rules now, except for there's perhaps a tradition regarding horse ownership. But Mr. Moore, back to you.
Correct.
Chairman Case, Senator James, in the current statutes, it does have a piece in there, and I don't have that in front of me right now. And I can't spout that necessarily, but it does speak about spouses, family members living in the immediate homes. We are addressing that whole piece and looking for guidance from the AG's office. What do we need to do? What can we do? And then if there's anything additional, I would like to bring it back to either this committee or to Joint Appropriations Committee if there's a legislative change that needs to be done. On a side note, if I may, Senator James, to continue, would be staff, myself, I don't gamble. Haven't gambled, don't care to gamble, and I'm not going to gamble. I gamble enough every day, just getting to work some days in Casper. As far as staff members owning horses, having horses, we have no issue with that. Every year, I make all of our staff members, 10 people, we do conflict of interest documents, and we have that on file. And every year we sit down and we conference and talk about this. And is there any conflicts of interest with staff? And at this point, we don't have anything of issue. If there would be, we would have it and we would bring it up, and it would be something that we would deal with quickly. As far as commissioners are concerned, we do the same thing. The commissioners do fill out a conflict of interest document every year that we do have on file. And so we are aware of any issues if those would come up.
Okay, anything else? Thank you for that. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 18, this distribution, this 112,000 and 110,000 to the Department of Health. I'm just trying to understand this slide. Was that done in the budget, or is there does the original statute call for that? What is that line? What is causing that distribution?
Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Chairman Case, Representative Gray, yes, that is in statute. The first $300,000 of sports wagering revenue will be transferred to the Department of Health. And then the remainder goes to the general fund. I believe that's correct. Yes, it'll go to the general fund. And we haven't had those transfers yet. So that is probably on a wrong line at this point, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How can online sports wagering, I mean, it's on TV all the time.
Mhm.
I mean, how can it only generate 112,000 the first year, and the projection, I guess, is that 110 through the first 3 months? Maybe it's because it just started at the end of the year, but what's the projection, I guess, is it seems astoundingly low so far.
Mr. Moore.
Chairman Case, Representative Gray, I do have David Carpenter on the line, which is our sports wagering project manager, and he may be able to,
Emily, can you get him in? We're working on it. We can do this.
Senator Case.
Yes, Representative
Chairman.
Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, the reason that goes to the Department of Health was for problem gambling
Mhm.
in particular, and then the other split tips back to the general fund. Is that correct? Director?
Chairman Case, Representative Sweeney, yes, I believe that correct. And the projections that, Mr. Chairman, that Representative Gray had mentioned, Mr. Carpenter is on the line. David, can you assist?
And you might mention, he may or may not have heard the question. So, Mr. Carpenter, did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. I might have Representative Gray reiterate that one more time for me, if you don't mind.
Representative Gray.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a couple of questions. I mean, I understand the reason why it's going to Department of Health, but I guess it is that statute that first 300,000, but it just seems astoundingly low. I mean, the 2021 figure was 112,000. The 2022, I guess that's not a projection. That's just through, to date, maybe. It seems very low, even if it was just once it started in 2021 and to date in 2022. Am I not seeing something? I mean, this doesn't seem like, we were talking about tens of millions, and I'm just curious what's happening.
Mr. Carpenter, help us out if you
Sure.
can.
Chairman Case, Representative Gray, thank you for the question. One thing I do want to say about the Department of Health part of it is that Department of Health flow is going to go straight to the cities and counties, as opposed to staying in the Department of Health statewide. But then back to your real question of the day, sports wagering is a really, really tight market in general. We're actually staying, if I put it into percentages, on kind of gross and net win percentage, we're kind of right in line with other states. Our volume is just very low. But to put it kind of in perspective, what you're really looking at is kind of a 48 to 52% type of win rate. Essentially, the good bettors are going to be mostly between 50 and 55%. The bad bettors are going to be, for lack of a better word, are going to be kind of 50 down to 45%. And so it's real tight, also what we're looking at here is we're talking the first 3 months of 2021. It was, DraftKings was advertising pretty heavily. BetMGM was a little bit less so, but it took a while. I mean, we had about 10,000 patrons probably over the first 1 to 2 months. And it's popped up to about 27,000 right now. What I've seen in other states is around 10% of populations. are active in sports wagering markets. And right now, I think we're at about 3%. So I think there's still room for growth, but you do have to keep in mind that it's just a very tight market in terms of winning and losing. And you know, an operator with just a single bet can kind of go into the negative slightly, and just the same, they could also have a really great month that month. I hope that helps.
Hold on, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, I think he's got a follow-up. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I'm just, want to make sure we button this down. So if this is a projection, if this is off the first 3 months of 2022, I mean, would it be reasonable to say that even if there's room for growth, I mean, we're looking at about a 500 grand that the state's going to collect from this in 2022? I mean, do you think it's going to be astoundingly, I mean, it seems that 500 grand is a pretty reasonable projection. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Chairman Case,
Or Mr. Moore,
Representative
you can
Gray.
always. I'm sorry, Mr. Carpenter, and Mr. Moore, if he wants to weigh in, he can too, but to you, Mr. Carpenter.
Chairman Case, Representative Gray. Yeah, I think, I forget when I first got into the department, you know, I was kind of looking at around 1 million, somewhere around 1.5. Like you, I viewed this as, you know, millions and millions of dollars, but you know, when you start to get down into the nitty gritty of this, it is just a very tight market. And you know, when you see New Jersey and all these other states, Arizona has been a great state to look at. The volume is there, and I hope this summer the volume's there. And I think we have kind of gone up as 22's gone on, but the problem right now that we're seeing is we're kind of in a sports lull, essentially. You know, we have baseball and NBA playoffs and NHL hockey, but those are very minute in scale to March Madness and the NFL and college football.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. We're going to go to Representative Hendrickson. I might have passed you over and I
No
apologize.
worries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So I realize that we're early in this in many ways. And the Department of Health piece, you know, is principally initially for education and learning. But I'm trying to see if, as we are right now, you mentioned about 10% active population in our state 3. What's the size of the potential group or population of people who maybe have an issue or a problem with gambling, you know, in terms of that, preparing for that future where we're going to have to consider how we manage our way forward through that. Do you have a feel for that?
So is that, Mr. Moore, I'm going to throw that to you and you may want to give it to Mr. Carpenter, but I'm going to let you direct that traffic.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Representative Henderson, you know, the one thing with the sports wagering market, and this also might help Representative Gray here too, is we're trying to move people from the illegal market. And the illegal market and the information that we had from the study a year ago was showing that the illegal market was well in excess of $400 and some million. I don't remember what the number was. So, or even maybe actually higher than that. So it's dependent on transferring that and moving that. And what Mr. Carpenter is speaking of is a tight market is it's a very, for lack of a better word, it's a very incredibly competitive market. And you have to, so percentages, the amount that is retained by the state and different things is what moves these people over to the legal market. And so it's dependent on the operators. It's dependent on the volume of operators you have also to maximize that. The beauty of this is it is high volume with a low percentage, but the expense of regulation is lower as well. on the online. Now, if we go to brick and mortar down the road, then that's a whole nother story. That creates a whole nother dynamics to this. So it's dependent on moving those people from that market over and an increase.
I think I got Yen, but he's up, but you want to follow up? Okay, Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe this question is for Mr. Carpenter. For me, I kind of want to think about it a different way on a per user basis. So if you take the user number from that other page and you use that as the dividend for the revenue that we've gotten, it's about $4 per user per year. Is that an expected tax revenue return based on what we have compared to other states? Is there a good way to compare that on what our revenue looks like? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Either one of you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore's got his hand up. He goes first, Mr. Carpenter.
Okay.
Mr. Moore.
Chairman Case, I would pass it off to Mr. Carpenter to answer the question.
Oh, well done.
That's what it was.
That was kind of like a lateral. Okay, Mr. Carpenter, back to you.
Chairman Case, Representative Yen. So I've looked into this a little bit, mostly at kind of back towards the beginning of this whole thing. What I saw, it was Colorado was one of the higher rates, and they're having a lot of success with this. They're about $40 to $50, I think, if I remember correctly, on a per person basis. Generally speaking, a lot of the states, what you're seeing is, between probably 15 to 25 is where you want to be. And so again, I kind of view this as room for growth. One thing I have noticed, and this kind of comes to different approaches in different states, is we are doing significantly better than both South Dakota and Montana in respect to all of this at the moment. And probably the costs associated with South Dakota with their brick and mortar is probably a lot more substantial. And as Director Moore alluded to, the actual cost of regulating for us is pretty low. And so, if you compare it to these two smaller states, we're doing better than them. But again, I want to see us kind of be in that 10% to 15% range, or $10 to $15 at least. Excuse me.
Anybody else? Back to you, Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to understand more about slide 18, Mr. Carpenter. We've only sold 2 licenses, I guess. There's only 2 players. Is that because the cost of the license? I mean, a player like Barstool Sports or something like that, they don't want to, they view that as too much of a cost to come into the market. I mean, why are there, I'm just curious. It seems there are a lot of players in the space, I think, and there's 2 that have licenses, I guess, or is that a decision that the commission's made? Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Chairman Case, Representative Gray. So we actually have 4 permitted right now. So we have DraftKings and BetMGM were our first 2, and they've been there since September 1. Then we also issued permits for PointsBet, who has not launched, and that's primarily due to supply chain issues. Getting their servers up and running, getting all the computer parts and chips that they need in place. And then FanDuel was our 4th, and they were ready to go by the time we permitted them. And we permitted them, I believe, at the end of December. We permitted them, I think at the end of December, actually, but they launched in March. And so then from here, as Charlie alluded to, we have next week, we'll be permitting Caesars and then Barstool Sports, also known as Penn Sports Interactive. And so that's going to get us to 6 very large sports betting operators. There are a few more that I'd like to see come in. I think, if I was to put together a target for what the state would want, it's probably going to be about 10. And those will be, there'll be 1 or 2 smaller operators in there. But then I think we'll probably have Superbook, and, we'll have all of the 10 biggest operators, I would say. On just kind of a quick side note, we do have this 3 jurisdiction rule that is in statute. And so we've had a few other operators, either from overseas or from kind of exchange wagering markets, that have had a desire to enter the space and have been unable to do so based on the 3 jurisdictions right now.
Anybody else? Okay. Did you have anything else, Mr. Moore?
Chairman Case, I'm,
Ready for?
as
general
far
question?
as this is concerned, sports wagering, I'm good.
Okay,
You know, I've got additional.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, thank you for having us here today to present to you and to discuss these issues and show you, you know, what we have. I think it's also important to understand in Wyoming, the gambling is illegal, except for. And the except for, as you know, is online sports wagering, parimutuel, skill-based amusement games, charitable gaming, lottery, and tribal gaming. And as the industry evolves and grows in Wyoming, we all need to be mindful of the consequences of our surrounding ecosystems. First, the gaming industry is in constant change. Technology, the media in which it is presented, is in perpetual motion and requires constant monitoring and upgrading. Additionally, regulators need to be flexible and fluid in their regulation, making changes as technology races forward. For a moment, I think it's important to look back and where we were in 2020. The Gaming Commission was developed, repurposing the Parimutuel Commission. Skill-based amusement games were authorized with a sunset, and we had a gaming study that we developed. I would suggest to you, if you want to know more about gaming, take the time. I think on my own this year, I want to update this to a 2022. I'm not required to, but I think it's appropriate. I think it would be very helpful for everyone. But there's a lot of information that's in this study, if you have not had the opportunity to read it, that is relevant and important in today's market and in today's meeting right here. Some of the projections that I put in there, some of the concerns that I have as a director and things are in there. So, you know, it's a very interesting market. And again, we did the gaming study in 2020. Then in 2021, the sunset on the skill-based amusement games. And then we also had sports wagering that was authorized. And then with a startup date of September 1 that year, we stood up the sports wagering, we launched it, we promulgated rules and regulations. And then mid-summer, we were notified of the Scrivener's error. Things happen. We've moved on beyond that, but that was devastating for the agency at that point. No blame, none of those things, but it really took us back. It stopped us in a lot of our processes and procedures. So now we're restarting. And as you all know, you slow something down that's moving, and then you have to stop it. So we're moving forward now. We're aggressively moving forward. We're moving forward on rules. We're moving forward on regulations. We're dealing with conflicts of interest issues, and we're trying to hit everything spot on. And we're trying to do this with an economic and resourceful kind of an approach to things with a very small staff. The last 2 years with the pandemic and with issues and different concerns, my staff is drawn together and worked very hard to complete the tasks. So here we are, we have gaming now. We're continuing to be a regulator, do what we do. We have law enforcement officers. Our law enforcement officers are certified peace officers. We have a law enforcement arm to the agency, and we're having cases referred from counties all over the state for our officers to look into gaming issues, look into gaming concerns, and perform those tasks that are needed. We have prosecuted cases, and we've won. We've put people out of business that were illegally operating gaming in our state. So we're protecting the wagering public, we're protecting your neighbors, and we are doing those things. Moving forward, I know there's been discussions about rules, regulations, and different things and where we are. We're in the middle of the skill-based amusement game promulgation. We are hopefully in the near future, we'll be asking the governor if we can move forward with those rules into public comment. What I have learned and the agency has learned for several years of promulgating rules, I try to get as much done on the front end of a rule process to where we don't have a lot of comments. Once we go into that 45-day comment, I want the work to be done. I want the public, the people, and the agency to feel comfortable that we brought good rules to protect our Wyoming citizens. So soon that will be happening. And as we move beyond that, we will be starting to work on revising our rules and regulations as it pertains to historic horse racing. It's a product that is expanded rapidly, and is bringing tremendous revenue back to the state. We want to make sure it's done right, and it is currently. There's not a problem with it currently, but we're going to be drafting rules that are very similar. From the beginning of sports wagering to my end goal, which is the historic racing rules, we've been saying all along, as we finish one project, we're going to move similar sets of rules across and try to get some parity across the whole realm of gaming. The work that we've done, our book of business, maybe, if I can use that term, to me as a regulator, and that's what we do, we regulate the industry. I look to other industry leaders, to other states, and work with those people. But when we're getting comments back from other states, Director Moore, would you come and speak at this conference and tell us the experience, the real world experiences that you're having in Wyoming with skill games, with sports wagering, with historic racing, and talk about what we have done in the regulatory world with those individual products. That is the measure of good set of rules, good set of leadership, and it comes from you all sitting here in this room, authorizing it, giving us that authority to do our job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Questions for Mr. Moore?
Mr. Chairman,
This time? We'll go to Senator James and we'll go to the co-chairman.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was just curious, it seems like a lot of these issues would be resolved a lot easier. It was under maybe the Department of Revenue. You know, with the lottery, I believe the lottery is under the Department of Revenue. I could be mistaken on that one, but they'd be easier to handle these situations. And yeah, it just seems like the Department of Revenue would be able to handle these situations a lot easier. And yeah, rather than having a commission all on its own. So my suggestion would be to have the commission under there, especially with some of the issues that the commission's been having lately. So I'm just curious on thoughts on having that gaming commission under the Department of Revenue.
Thank you, Senator James. Mr. Moore?
Chairman Case, Senator James, around the United States and North America, and I can provide this document to you, gaming is standalone under the Department of Revenue to the south of us, under the Department of, under the Attorney General's office in one state. You know, it's a hodgepodge, I guess. It's whatever works for that state. We are currently under A&I. That is our umbrella agency. So we're currently under an agency. Whether it's the Department of Revenue, that's y'all's choice. That's for you all to decide what's best. You know, I'm not sure if you asked my opinion on that, what would be best for me. So I'm not sure if I can, you know, respond to that. But at this point, I think that the best thing would be to let things work. Again, one of the reasons why I wanted you to understand and hear from me, in 2020, we reconstituted the parimutuel commission to the gaming commission. Well, I'm looking here at my computer and I have to do this periodically because you kind of forget what year you're in every once in a while. We're 22. Now, in business, 5-year plans are important, 10-year plans, but also you have to work from the front end of that day to day. And right now, we are getting things done. We're getting the work accomplished. And, you know, again, if there's anything that I can provide you all, this committee, Senator James, any of you, to where you can feel comfortable with the decision, how you want to place the agency, I can provide that to you. But at this point, my suggestion and my advice would be, let's let it run. Let's get to a spot and let this kind of just the dust settle a little bit at this point.
Anybody else this time? Is that you, Representative Sweeney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate that, Director Moore. And I believe that just like there's been so many things in the last year and a half basically thrown at you from the legislature on trying to stand up different programs. And just because skill-based games, we haven't as quickly, for a variety of reasons, Scrivener's error being one, been able to draft all the rules as quickly as some might want, but you're in that process. So my hope is that we can leave the department alone, quit monkeying around with it, and hopefully finish those tasks off. And then 6 months, a year from now, if that comes about, that we need to move departments for some reason, which I'm not advocating for, but that would be my desire. And I don't know if you've got any thoughts on that. And I did notice the legislative liaisons are here, Representative Newsom and Senator Driscoll was here. And if they had any comments, if it was appropriate, Mr. Chairman.
They'll get their chance, for sure. Mr. Moore, do you have any comment on that? It sounds
Chairman,
like it's a repeat of what you said before.
Yeah. Chairman Case, Representative Sweeney, I think a lot of the ways to accomplish maybe the goal that we're thinking about and talking about is we're already doing it. We're already working with the Department of Revenue and looking at collaborating. Prior to the current director, we had been working with the Department of Revenue, collaborating on some of the issues and some of the concerns that are there. We also work with the Division of Criminal Investigation. We are working with the Wyoming Livestock Board. I have an MOU with the Wyoming Livestock Board to assist them, and they assist us. Division of Criminal Investigation, like I said, working together with them on a lot of issues. Some of our software that we're currently using in the office is, you know, we economized by working with DCI on those records management systems. So we're already accomplishing a lot of it. I think some of this discussion brings it back to the front of your brain, so to speak, to where you realize, okay, we got to do it now. We got to do it better. So the pressure's good, in these situations. It's kind of and even beyond that scope and beyond that idea, and these ideas are bouncing around sometimes in my head, and I apologize for that probably, but, working with our tribal neighbors more. I'm committed to doing that, working with that, get that communication. There's a lot to learn from our tribal neighbors. And there's communication back and forth. If we've got a bad actor here, he's going to probably be a bad actor over here. So we need to be communicating. We're doing that currently with the federal government, with the FBI, with DCI, and also we're going to be reaching out here in the real near future. I've been talking about it a while, but we're going to make it happen with our tribal neighbors. And so I think we can accomplish maybe what you're looking at in some of that synergy between agencies and economizing the way we are right now, and allow that to be an executive branch decision and happening. And then if a year from now you're not happy with where I've got this thing, well, I'll be the first one to go say, okay.
Okay, anybody else? I'd like to bring up the governor's letter that was sent to the legislature. And I'll just read a little bit. It was in discussion of the Scrivener error, and he's grateful that we fixed that. And this was a letter to President Doc Stater in reference to Senate Enrollment Act 14. And then he's talking, the second paragraph is kind of key. He says, I am, however, disappointed that the legislature did not introduce a bill this session to limit the expansion of skill game expansion. He's got double expansion across the state to those that were contemplated in the 2020 session bill. The plain language of 2021 Wyoming session laws, chapter 109, allows new skill game applicants to seek licensure from the Gaming Commission. Moreover, as long as the statutory criteria is met by the applicant, the Gaming Commission must grant such licensure. The 66th legislature never expressly considered the question of expansion, even though reportedly there are several opinions on the topic. During our multiple meetings on the issue, some legislators advised that in adopting 2021 Wyoming session laws, chapter 109, they did not intend to bring more skill games into the state. Other legislators, however, advised that the law's plain language accurately reflected their intent to open up skill game licensure to new applicants. I had hoped and would have appreciated the legislature's consideration of a statutory amendment imposing a maximum cap on the number of skill game machines lawfully, bless you, able to blissfully and lawfully able to operate in Wyoming. No, it doesn't actually say that, but no such amendment was considered this session. Such an amendment would have either succeeded or failed, thereby indicating the will of the legislature on this topic. I am left with an incomplete solution to this question of expansion. Thus, I must conclude, if the legislative intent to expand skill games were unclear before, it no longer is. By adopting in 2021 the plain language authorizing new skill game applicants to seek and obtain licensure, and by failing to even consider alternative language this session, the legislature as a body clearly intended to allow the number of skill game licenses to grow. And so that was the governor's query to us. I think he's saying that we answered that question, but I guess the question for everyone in the room, people that want to testify and for this committee and for the commission is, have we answered that question? And is that something we should answer as soon as possible? So I put that out to you, Mr. Moore, and you're the regulatory body, so you may not have much of an opinion on this, but certainly you've heard from the governor on this issue, I'm sure, and I'll let you comment for sure.
Thank you, Chairman Case. And I've read the letter several times, and thank you for reading it again for everyone in the room's benefit. The way we read the law, and that's how we have to look at this, the four corners of the paper, is expansion is authorized. The commission has made the decision that we wouldn't allow for expansion until we have the rules in place, proper promulgation of our rules. And we are in the middle of that process. We're looking at October, November sometime, maybe we, in the best case scenario, having those rules completed. That's my timeline for that. So we are looking at expansion of skill-based amusement games pursuant to the law. We had made note of that to the body prior at one point. And so we did that. And we are preparing for the expansion of skill-based amusement games currently.
Okay, anybody else? Like when people comment, when we have public comment, I hope you might address the same question. Another issue that I've heard from is that, I don't know quite how to say this, but that games are available in places where minors are permitted now, under some circumstances, not all circumstances. I don't even know where these games are, so I'm sorry, but how does that play out? And do we need regulation about age appropriateness and things like that?
Thank you, Chairman Case. They are in underage in locations. However, the way the law reads, it requires you to notify and have a notice on the machine, no one under 21 allowed to play. We are working in the rules to address that very aggressively, to where I've got a copy of the rules on our website currently, and I can email that to this whole committee. If you'd like to see those rules, we can have that done yet this afternoon, probably, if you'd like to see those rules. But we're addressing pop-up locations in our rules, which would be temporary locations, and not allowing for that. We're addressing in those rules, if you are in a situation to where there's no statutory language limiting the age in a location, that you would be required to have those machines in a designated area with at a minimum a half wall, and identifying those as age appropriate in designated areas for gaming. So yes, we're addressing that.
So, Mr. Moore, can I follow up on that a little bit? So that doesn't exist now, but that's a proposal is what you tend to implement, possibly?
Chairman Case, yes. Currently, each machine is identified as no one under 21 allowed to play.
Mm-hmm.
And our rules are going to go further and expand on that. And so we're expanding on that now and expanding on the designated areas to where we've got a better handle on that.
When will that be accomplished?
Chairman Case, we should have, I'm hoping to have those rules done October sometime, have that whole complete set.
Can't do it any sooner. Can you do emergency rules? It sounds significant to me, but maybe, what do I know?
Chairman Case, and yes, we can if the governor feels like it is an emergency situation. And we've even talked about breaking that apart from the main set of rules to get that covered earlier. That's been a discussion in the office and with the Attorney General's office as well. Excuse me. So
You know, it might help in the big picture, just thinking out loud.
Mhm.
If the public thinks that the youth are protected and isolated, then the public might not worry so much about the expansion of skill games. But if the public doesn't think there's adequate regulation of where they are and youth involvement, they may come down and say, legislature, what are you doing expanding skill games? So I mean, there is that aspect of it. I don't know if it's true or not, but it seems like it's a consideration to me.
Chairman Case, if I can follow up on that, if you don't mind.
You bet.
You know, that's incredibly important. The public perception is incredibly important. And also what you find as the public has a better feeling for the activity, you find the wagering activity goes up as well. They feel like they're playing, whether it's sports wagering, whether it's horse racing, you know, when it's legitimized, I guess, and that's maybe not the appropriate word, but it kind of fits in the spot. You do find that the wagering activity goes up. But yeah, it's incredibly important to have these locations in a designated spot. However, one of the issues we run up against without the rules in place, and that's why we've said no expansion until after the rules are in place. If we want to address it right now in an aggressive manner, that would be via a criminal offense. And so there's that, okay, we've worked with a lot of these people. We have good communications with a lot of these location operators saying, hey, you know, we need to make a change here. We need to do this. And for the most part, we're finding tremendous compliance on the skill-based amusement games in that vein. So
I need to let some other folks ask some questions, but it does seem to me that we're kind of building this airplane while it's rolling down the runway and maybe even off the ground a bit. And it's like, yeah, things are kind of in the wrong order. And when we passed earlier legislation, I think a lot of legislators believed that it was a testing of the waters and that we could, it required further approval, and that doesn't seem to be what happened. It seems like we left the barn door wide open. So certainly I think the governor has come down on that side. So at the same time, you have these operational issues about illegal operators, youth present around the activities. Some places have them, some places don't. It's a very uncomfortable position, I think, right now for me. But please comment and let's let some others ask questions too.
Chairman Case, again, great questions. It's very uncomfortable for me as well, and for the commission as well. When you promulgate rules and when you open up a program, the typical process is rules first, operational second. So we flip-flopped that here. Now, we flip-flopped it to cure a problem, to get a grip on something, and I understand that. And I was given 60 days. March 17th of 2020, the governor signed the bill, skill-based amusement games, and that's when my clock started. We all know, we probably all in this room can remember where we were March 17th, March 18th of 2020. When you drove down the street to the office on Wyoming Boulevard in Casper, Wyoming, and there's nobody on the street, and I've got staff going in there because we know we have 60 days to basically throw a rope around 800 and some games in 300 and some locations. That's what I get paid to do. Too bad, too sad. It's the job we do. But did it create concern, and has this created concerns? Absolutely. I share the same concerns that each and every one of you in this room has. And we're attempting to brick by brick, day by day, paint that picture and get it back in place again. And at the end of this whole story, we're going to accomplish the mission. I'm very mission oriented. Every one of my staff, mission oriented. We sign up. You're signed up. No different than what you folks are doing. The blood, the guts, and the beer, excuse me.
Thank you for that. Did I see hands up? Got Representative Yen?
Mr. Chairman, maybe I think I'll speak to the governor's letter and maybe my memory on the passage through the House. Can't really comment on how it happened through the Senate, but from my recollection, the House Appropriations had an explicit amendment to consider truck stops as a possible location for skill-based amusement games. And that amendment, that standing committee amendment was actually defeated because I think the chamber saw that as an expansion of the amusement games that we already had in place and wasn't interested in expanding at that time. And so I think I don't want to speak for the whole chamber, but at least from my point of view, I think there was a intention of having what we had in place and then reconsidering more as we went along. And so I think when it comes to the governor's letter, I think it is something that we should consider. Do we want to keep going where we're going, or do we want to really decide on how we want this, as we have it right now, expansion to happen the way it is without making some decisions on how that happens. And I think as a committee, that is something that we should look at, Mr. Chairman, of how we want this to continue going, or if there's a cap, et cetera. All of those ideas are things that I would like to put on the table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Mr. Morph?
Chairman Case, Representative Yin, in my notes that I prepared for today, one of the things, and I brought this up in multiple committees, is at some point, we hear we don't want to look like a Montana state to the north, excuse me. We don't want to look like this.
We're actually more liberal about those rules about proper nouns in the committee. And I don't want to look like Montana either. I tell you, that is so depressing.
Sorry about that.
When you got these rat hole places at
Yeah.
every corner,
Yeah.
believe me, that's not my vision of Wyoming.
And so and to continue, what I have asked in Representative Yin, you maybe remember this when I said it in TRW committee. And I think Representative Jennings as well. The legislative branch, we need to stand back and take a look at all this. Decide, what do you want to see this look like? Instead of piling it on, we need to look at this. And whether that's through an interim study, whether that's through discussion and a roundtable event with stakeholders, however that's envisioned, if there's something that I can do on the agency side to facilitate those discussions, get that conversation going out there, because at the end of the day, the most important thing for me, what you determine, what you vote on is what we act on and what we're going to work on. But we want it right. And we want to protect everybody, and we want it to work. And so gaming is incredibly fast-paced. There's revenues there. There's a lot of potentials for a lot of great things. And whether it's historic racing or whether it's skill-based amusement games, the individuals that are in the market they're honored to be in the market. They're honored to do this. So they're looking at, hey, the rules are good. We don't expect a whole lot. We want to comply with all these different things. So, we've just got to, I think that it is imperative that our legislative branch looks at this from 30,000 foot.
Thank you, sir. I was going to go to public comment. If there's no questions, we can always circle back. And your commissioners would be welcome to address the committee and anything that they'd like. But then we'd like to go to general public comment. Thank you very much. And thanks, Mr. Carpenter, back in Cheyenne.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any online comment? Do we have any in the room comment on this issue? Got some operators here. Mr. Mosier? So you got liquor and gambling? What a lucky guy you are.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Mike Mosier, Wyoming State Liquor Association. I really hadn't planned on testifying, but you kind of asked, and then it was an excellent question, something that I've got some background on. To clarify, I don't represent these guys. I represent the hundreds of small businesses that this has been very important to, skill games in particular. Admittedly, we have other forms of gaming that does help small businesses, lottery, Keno, et cetera, but skill games in particular, we've always supported expansion. Now, bear in mind that we haven't, and I should say limited expansion, we've always supported sideboards, as Representative Yin inferred. However, to us, it's a fairness issue, and I'll just do a quick synopsis and then I'll answer your question that you had, Mr. Chairman. It's a fairness issue in the sense that of the 300 or so establishments, mostly liquor establishments that have skill games, the ones that didn't have them because they didn't want them. In some cases, And I know a place that who's one of the owners is a law enforcement kind of guy, and he wanted them, and he said, so Mosher, are they legal? And I said, yeah. And he said, are they in statute? And I said, no. And he said, put them in statute. And so we did, but when we put them in statute, we made it so people like that couldn't get them. The other thing is the way businesses are. For example, if Mike's Bar on this side of the street, and a lot of the people who distribute skill games are the same guys that do your pool tables, your dartboards. Well, they hit me up right away because I have pool tables and dartboards. However, the VFW across the street, nobody ever visited because they don't have pool tables or dartboards. They're just kind of, now, would they want them? Yeah. And especially during the pandemic, were a virtual lifesaver for many of the businesses. Sideboards we've always supported. I have the same concerns, and we're not being protectionist about the liquor industry. We do age restriction for a living. You have to be able to prove ID to do certain activities, especially consuming alcohol. And so even though it isn't in statute, as I'll get to, I think we have a way to do it. Now, bear in mind, even though in some forms of gaming, Mr. Chairman, I am a gaming lobbyist, but I'm not a pro gaming guy. I mean, I think, as Mr. Moore inferred, I think we've gone about far enough for a while. We need to hold our breath. We've got expansion. If we can put sideboards on it, wonderful. That helps small businesses. It's a beautiful thing. We're going to have Keno rolling out, I believe, in September, which will be the Wyoming lottery. After that, I think we just need to just let things settle a little bit. We just did sports wagering. We're in a spot where I think we need to see how things settle. I would not actively promote or lobby for any more gaming. We need to just kind of see where we're at least in my opinion. Now, bear in mind, hundreds of retailers are waiting for these skill games. We knew that the expansion had been authorized last year. And so in my newsletters and through other sources, and it's through testimony and through other channels, that it was verified that expansion would happen with skill games. So they're waiting on it. In my newsletter, I said, okay, it's going to happen, but don't put them in yet. And when you do, the rules have to be done. So everybody's patiently waiting. We thought it would happen in the spring. Turns out it looks like it'll be the fall. But those small businesses, fraternal organizations, shrine clubs, VFWs, legions, and the like, are waiting for that opportunity. Now, regarding your question, Mr. Chairman, to me, that decision was made. We knew expansion was going to happen in the fall. There was a proposal in another committee to do a draft bill to stop expansion, and that wasn't moved forward. And we had the opportunity, I suppose, to have legislation to deal with it. Would I feel more comfortable with sideboards? Yes, I would. Partially because it doesn't look good. I mean, if you go to certain businesses and their skill games, now, as Mr. Moore expressed, and emergency rules, if it takes it, I know where he's going, and I agree with him completely. I think if it's not in a statutorily age-restricted business, and that would also include a smoke shop, for example, or anybody with a liquor license, or most of them with a liquor license, then I think you're already checking IDs, you already know who's 21. But I believe that if it is a non-age restricted business, I believe in half walls. I wouldn't be opposed to barbed wire. I mean, whatever it takes, but it needs to be clearly walled off. So people, if it's in a convenience store, I don't want to make it so it's out of sight for somebody and you don't have any idea who's doing it. I mean, I think we need to make it so the public feels comfortable that the people playing those machines are actually of age, and the people in that business are trained to check to make sure they are, check to ID people, et cetera. So the existing rules that Mr. Moore is working on, I think are great from what I know about it. I think it's going in the right direction. Do I wish they could be a little stronger? Maybe even go so far as to say just liquor licensees and these types of businesses. But I think the barriers, walls, barbed wire fences, whatever, would be a good direction. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope that was of some help. I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Questions for Mr. Mosher? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So do you not believe, I didn't quite grasp in your testimony, but don't you believe that the commission can do that by rule? with tighter sideboards, because that's what I believe.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Mosher.
Representative Sweeney, as I may have reflected to some of you, I do not have a Juris Doctorate, nor can I even spell it. But I can say that I do believe that, for example, it's possibly be permissive rather than restrictive, and say these kind of businesses can. The other possibility, and I think if it's not that kind of business, maybe have for the ability for the commission to deny a location. If it's in an assisted living, I mean, I'll be extreme here, assisted living center, if it's in a convenience store near a school or something like that. It's just like a liquor license. If your city has a liquor license application next to a church or a playground, you're probably going to deny it. And so with having the commission having some within parameters, some ability to say, no, that's just not the kind of place we want. And whether that, how much of that can be in rules, I do not know, but I think it's something that could be explored. I think Mr. Moore is doing a fine job, and I know it's a difficult process. The man has drafted more rules in the past 3 years than most departments have done in the last 15. But if we could incorporate that a little more, like I said, I feel the stronger the sideboards, the safer the community will be. Age-restricted businesses, I don't think anybody's got any problems over. It's the ones that aren't that concern me.
Any other questions for Mr. Mosher? Thank you, Mr. Mosher.
Thank you, committee.
Anybody else like to address? And that includes legislators as well. I could have done you first. Representative Newsom, welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I am well.
Thanks for coming down.
So I just wanted to address the thought of, did we authorize expansion or did we not?
Mhm.
In the House, we had an amendment. There was I don't recall the exact wording, but there was an amendment that allowed for the continuation of the games,
Mhm.
implying that if you had games, you could continue to have games, and if you didn't, you could not.
Right.
In that amendment, we took out the word continue. So then the statute read, it took out that word continue. So that left to open, in my mind, that we had authorized expansion. I've
Okay.
been in those meetings with the governor, expressed that viewpoint. And I agree that we don't want to be Montana. We don't want to have flashing neon casino signs on every corner. That's why we restricted to 4 machines per establishment, so that we don't get that casino atmosphere. I agree with Mr. Mosher. I would rather have it age restricted to liquor licensees and smoke shops, those places that went to walk into the door, you have to be of a certain age. The other comment is that we have establishments run by people that have liquor licenses or gaming licenses in other states, Nevada, Minnesota. And those people that had those licenses in other states were reluctant to jeopardize those licenses by being in a gray area with their establishments in Wyoming. So I'm a free market person. And when the governor mentioned we should have a cap on things, I'm not a fan of that. Because I think that everybody should have the opportunity and the market will take care of itself. If we have the restriction of age, especially liquor licenses, we've already capped that amount of things. To your point, there have been machines in places like laundromats.
Yeah.
Or places that are not age restricted. And I don't believe that those establishments should be allowed to continue, because they don't control, unless a laundromat has somebody standing there all day, every day, and many of them don't. I don't think that that's the proper place for these machines to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions by the committee? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What is your opinion on truck stops?
Go ahead.
I believe that if truck stops are willing to control, a lot of truck stops have liquor licenses. If truck stops are willing to control the participants, and if they come up with a plan that fits within the rules, and they have a liquor license, then I'm not opposed. If they don't have a liquor license, then I'm not a big fan of truck stops.
So it sounds like you're in general not a fan of maybe the half wall solution. Is that accurate?
I think that that's one of the possible solutions. I'm not a fan of
Okay.
half walls,
Yeah.
but I think that it can cordon off that area. And if you have limited staff, that may be a way that the staff can control who's playing the games.
Did you have follow-up, Representative Sweeney? Can we go back? So liquor licenses, and I've got one, I've got a resort license. And my bar is actually not restricted for someone being under 21 in it. I can't serve them alcohol and all of that, of course, but so not all bars are restricted to be 21, to be in the area where liquor is served.
Well,
And,
I think.
Mr. Mosier can
I'm sorry.
even explain that better than me, but the servers can be younger and children can be in some parts where liquor is served, not. So I'm trying to understand if the liquor license approach is a solution. It only is in some instances, if I'm tracking you. Please help me.
Well, I think that that's where the half wall idea may work
Okay,
in a situation where liquor is being sold, where there is some sort of checking on how old people are.
right.
And then the half wall situation with that cordoned off may work in the situation you're describing.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Coming down this way, any questions for the representative? Thank you both. We got one. Representative Yen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, good to see you. So I'm trying to recall conversations during the interim before the session when we had the bill. And I think we had conversations on whether counties could opt in or opt out, similar to the way historic horse racing required opt-in, I believe. Do you have opinions on whether we should allow counties by ballot measure to opt in or opt out of more skill-based amusement games?
I would prefer
Go
they
ahead.
opt out. Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, I would prefer there be an opt out. I think the challenge is that these already exist. If
Mhm.
we had new, if this were new, we've done it backwards. But that's the
I think we figured
situation
that
we're
out.
in.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine going into somebody's business and saying, oh, by the way, you have to take those machines out because your county has to opt in. So if a county wants to opt out, good luck to those commissioners, but.
Follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative, so, I mean, I think that's something that we're kind of considering today already with businesses that don't have liquor spaces in restricted areas, right? So we're considering whether we want to force a removal from the laundromat, a skill-based amusement game. So I think I would also lean on opt-out, but I think that is something that no matter what, this fairness issue, we're not going, I don't think there's will to allow it everywhere. So I think no matter what, there will be some removal of games from some locations. Do you think so as well?
Go ahead if you
Mr.
can.
Chairman, Representative Vien, I do. I think there are machines in inappropriate places, in places that we didn't authorize exactly. And I think that we need to look at those places and with the rules, say you're not complying with the rules. It's a tough situation.
Well, thank you for coming down and testifying.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Good. Senator Driscoll, welcome. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, I'll probably give a little different side to it. I do believe the horse out of the barn, the amendment did not get caught, the Walters amendment that came on the Scribners, but the history, I'll correct it somewhat because that was actually my bill. It was a bill that I'd spent a lot of time on, and we did go through a lot of steps on that. And I know at least at the time, Speaker Harshman was very aware. He was at the appropriations when it got redone. And, a lot of the problems we have spun from that because we never dealt with, i.e. opt in, opt out. It was going to be that the reason was not to expand. When this all came about, it came about to stop the runaway expansion that was going on. And so the Gaming Commission came in and the rules were put in place, not for fairness at all. In fact, it rewarded the bad players. And that's why we put the stickers on the machine and put the window there. Is we literally said, look, the machines that are in place as of this date, and I know that the commission looked at them at the time, were the only machines that were going to be allowed to be licensed. And so they came in and they identified those, and there was a very short window for them to make rules. I believe it was 90 days or so. And they did that. And, you know, now the fairness deals come about. That was the same argument we had when we started. And it's in counties that it wasn't in before. So we really do have a deal. And, you know, I don't know if it's who actually deals with it, but it needs stopped and do a reset until they can get there, because we do need to decide. In my opinion, the legislature needs to decide the opt-in, opt-out, and whether you expand or not. And the truth is, I feel really violated because I made a lot of promises when we did the commission, and I did them to stop the expansion until the legislature could speak. And then this came about, and you know, I was one of the ones, I stuck my neck out in the special session and I've took a beating over it. I felt like it was an important topic to be dealt with on that Scribner's error, and the House and the governor chose not to take it up. We passed it out of the Senate. And now today you're seeing how serious it really is what actually happened. And I think it's going to be really hard to back up some of these locations that are in the wrong places, the permits that are out there. So I do think something needs done. You know, the TRW couldn't deal with it, but I can tell you from my end, I do know the history on it. And I know for sure that most of the Appropriations Committee understood it because they helped redraft that bill and get it where it passed. And it in no way represented where we're at today. Right now, I think you're in a scary spot that you may end up in really a tough place all the way across, because it's the worst of all worlds. And it's exactly what we were trying to stop when we did the commission. So, you know, for me, I'm not sure it's not worthy of a timeout and go back and really review again what the Walters Amendment did, because I'm not positive it expands. I think it's a gray area myself. And as we all know, sometimes the AG's right and sometimes they're wrong. But that's my end of it. I felt compelled. I didn't comment before, but after listening to the last testimony, I felt really compelled to correct the record, at least for why we did the Gaming Commission and what the status was. And it was never done to have gaming. It was, you know, we were expanding at the tune of 1,000+ games a year at that point. And it was the only way that you could get a handle on it, because they were in a hole, in a loophole. And that leads a little to the other part. And I don't know if this committee deals with or someone else, but when the amendment came in and changed House Bill 55 or 6 and made it where we sidewalled the commission, that's exactly how games came about to start with, was through a crack between rules and regulations. And I would hope if you take this up, you look very seriously at empowering the commission, because they're the only ones that can move on a timely basis. The legislature meets once a year. And when you get one of these cracks, if they have the flexibility to promulgate the rules, if we don't like them in the legislature, we can change them in the next session. Our deal's fixable. But if not, what you get is huge new areas that just show up out of the blue because someone laid awake at night trying to figure out how to get around existing rules. So I would really encourage you to look very strong at not walling them into Green Book statutes, but giving them really broad authority to regulate gaming. And if you don't like what they're doing, then bring in the statutes. But I think without it, you're going to continue to have the same thing you're happening here. Players are going to figure out how to game the system. Folks, this is big dollars, and there's very sophisticated people that are playing the game. And I think it's really important that these folks behind us are able to to step in and quickly regulate in areas that were unanticipated. So I'd stand with questions, and sorry I drug your meeting on. Thank you.
No, it's very important, and we're glad that you came down. Questions for Senator Driscoll? Any questions? Anybody? Thank you, Senator Driscoll. Stay close. Who else would like to address the committee? Welcome. You guys together or just staging each other? Who goes first? Mr. Downing.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Jonathan Downing, on behalf of Pace-O-Matic and Cowboy Skill, game operators throughout Wyoming, joined by Catherine Wilkinson. I'm also with the same organization. We've covered a lot of ground today. I want to be conscious of your schedule and the agenda, but I'd like to go to a couple issues that have been raised, as well as the question that had come up with the letter. And before Pace-O-Matic came into Wyoming and retained both myself and Ms. Wilkinson, the environment with games of skill versus games of chance was not the level of regulation that we have now. And before that time, you could have situations where along I-80, you had games just being dropped at different locations, not being regulated. Really no, I would say, law enforcement challenges. They didn't know where some were legal and where some weren't. And so when you look at what our company has done, it has been asked for responsible gaming and responsible expansion. And along those lines, that was creating a regulatory framework, which many of you have seen us before you back in 19 and 20 and 21. And now today, talking about those issues and what does that framework look like? And so for companies like Pace-O-Matic, in markets where they have sought to have responsible regulation, you've started to see that area where all you need to do is look for the sticker on the machine as far as the decal that says this is a machine legal to operate in the state of Wyoming. Along the lines of responsible regulation, part of that was saying it needs to be an above 21 age as far as playing a game. It needs to be in an age appropriate area. We should limit the games to 4 per location. We should limit the play to $3 per play. We should limit the amount that you can win to $3,000 on that machine. We should also pay a 20% tax. And in those areas, as we look at how we're being regulated, there are other gaming operations, and there are gambling operations in the state where you do have Keno and lottery are in under 21 areas, but they're regulated in an age appropriate manner. You can place a bet on your phone as far as sports wagering when a minor is present. And so I just want to be clear that there are some of those things already in place. We have continually advocated for sideboards though. And obviously people aren't happy with how it had gone through the legislative process, and this has been a journey. At the same time, we are committed to working with the committee to ensure that as we move through that process, that you still have that regulation in place. Because when you've seen other states get rid of regulation or ban, then you've seen illegal operations creep back up. And you also are losing the opportunity to regulate in that respect. You're also losing the opportunity to collect taxes on things through a legal manner as far as when you're doing in that respect. And so as we go through the rulemaking process, we would like to thank the commission. We would, this commission behind me, not just because they're regulators, but the amount of time that they put in as a voluntary commission, I think is one of those things that is forgotten. They're doing that essentially for free. And they've taken on some complicated issues there. In terms of opting in, opting out, we would encourage, if it's the desire of the committee, that you do an opt out. The change that's occurred as far as opting out is that with sports betting, with Keno, with lottery, that's not been an opt in or an opt out. And so we would just ask for fair treatment as far as equal footing in that respect. With that, Catherine, did I miss much? A few things? If that's all right, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to Mrs. Wilkinson.
Okay, Ms. Wilkinson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Catherine Wilkinson with Pacematic and Cowboy Skill. Just one specific sideboards that we've always advocated for are the responsible expansion. These games should be in the age restricted areas, and those sideboards we see a possible amendment to the word establishment as defined in the code to include liquor licenses and truck stops or any other age related specific areas. So that would be the specific amendment that we would ask you to consider should you decide to go into this act. Happy to stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the presenters? Questions? Help me out with the establishment proposal you just made. With the language, would that mean that gaming, this kind of gaming would only be in liquor license holders and truck stops? I mean, it sounds arbitrary in a way because there's not much commonality between the two. So help me with that.
Sure, Mr. Chairman, and I have specific language. So it's not all liquor licenses. The ones that we would suggest would be package and bar, bona fide club, resort, restaurant, bar and grill, to be specific. In terms of the truck stop, that is just the locations that a lot of our games have been located in. And so it's a consistency across the United States where these games are going. And they are in a lot of those establishments. As long as they are in a clearly designated area that is age restricted, we don't see a problem with it being in truck stops. And that needs, there's a full definition for a truck stop as well to qualify for that.
Mr. Chairman, and I was remiss in mentioning smoke
Mr.
shops
Downey.
sorry, Mr. Chairman. I was remiss in mentioning smoke shops as well because tobacco and nicotine products, as you'll hear tomorrow, are required to be over 21 as far as use.
Gotcha. Okay. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you not believe that that could be done by the commission in their rules, or specifically, do you believe that that's got to be done in statute?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we do think it would be better to be clearly defined in statute. Of course, we've been working with commission with the rules as part of that industry input and have recommended that those sideboards be placed in the rules. I'm not sure if that falls within the statutory parameters of whether or not they could put those specific sideboards in the rules, but we would encourage them either to be in the rules or in statute, but it's probably best to be outlined clearly in statute where they can go.
So Representative Sweeney and everybody else, would it be fair to say that we don't know for sure that a rule that said that would comply with the statute? I mean, it's kind of open to legal challenge and the lawyers would have at it. So maybe it's not a certainty one way or the other, but can I follow up? The opt-out requirement, that's not something that I can conceive of being authorized by the existing statute for rules. So if counties were to do an opt-out, they would require statutory guidance. Would that be fair? Is that a correct question? I see.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. The way I read the statute anyway is they're solely authorized by the Wyoming Gaming Commission.
I see. Okay. Anybody else? We appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gopian, welcome. Thanks for coming.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Nick Agopian. I have a couple different gaming clients here in Wyoming today. I'm speaking on behalf of Bankshot LLC. I think when you looked at the presentation from Director Moore, their games are distributed through S&C vending across the state. First and foremost, take the opportunity just to thank the commission and echo the success that they've had. They are working hard and we're working with them. They have an open door to work with industry. I think that the statute itself, and we are where we are today. in the status. I agree with the assessment that we've heard from the Attorney General. I agree with the governor's sentiment about the availability of expansion. And so here we are now working with the commission on developing those rules that will allow for the expansion of skill-based amusement games across Wyoming. My client does have these locations that you're talking about: laundromats, C-stores, smoke shops. We have those. We have those today. They've been approved. For the committee's information, individuals regulated by the Gaming Commission fall in two categories: vendors that supply the games, and then the operators that are the locations of the games. If you'd indulge me, I'd go back to the 11-25-303 restrictions on operation of skill-based amusement games. Subsection D, an operator shall not locate a skill-based amusement game in an area of the establishment into which a person under the age of 21 years may enter. An operator shall conspicuously mark each area of the establishment containing a skill-based amusement game as an age-restricted area. The operator shall not allow a person under the age of 21 years to play a skill-based amusement game. The legislature has spoken clearly about this. It is illegal to allow underage citizens to play these skill-based amusement games here in Wyoming. It is incumbent upon the individual, the operator that is licensed by the state, to ensure that those individuals are not playing those games. That would not change if the locations were limited to liquor stores, smoke shops, and truck stops. It still falls upon that regulated entity, the operator in this case, to ensure that those individuals are not playing games. For us, we don't believe that and we've said this to the commission specifically, we do support defining designated area by utilizing the half-wall terminology. And the discussion so far with the commission in open commission hearings has been about what is the appropriate amount of time to give us as vendors or operators to construct that half wall in compliance with any city or county building codes and in a manner that allows us to get our hands on the materials and get the labor to do it. And so the discussion has been more about the time for compliance going forward. Today, the way some of those designated areas might look may not be appealing to the eye to some folks, but it's our intent and we support the definition proposed by the commission for a designated area and believe that there's enough time that they're considering to meet those requirements. And then we carry the burden, the operator carries the burden of ensuring that those individuals are playing. What I haven't heard today from the commission or others, and I could certainly be corrected, is that there has been some incident that's occurred, somebody's consistently in these areas. The police are being called, it's not being addressed, it's a problem. We haven't heard that yet. It doesn't mean that problems won't exist in the future, but I think going back to Director Moore's comments about let us proceed, that would be the comment that I would hope to leave with this committee today. And I think that was a lot of the discussion when this topic was looked at by the Management Council, as I recall from watching online. Allow it to move forward. These things, I think what we're going to find is there may be things that we need to fix, but there may be things that we need to ensure that we are bolstering public support or bolstering the public confidence in the regulations that are in place. And I'm confident at a high level, that 30,000 foot level, that there will be a discussion. It is odd that skill-based amusement games sit in the ag statutes. I mean, just on its face, it's different. And so I think the opportunity to move forward, the way expansion looks may not be appealing to the eye to some, but it's very appealing to others. And it certainly represents financial opportunities as we've heard from others in some of these small businesses. I really want to leave that hopefully to be a resource to this committee as they start looking at these issues. Certainly I look around this committee and see familiar faces. So I would really encourage folks to reach out to me, and I can certainly do the same as this topic goes forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Agopian. Questions for Mr. Agopian? We're good. Thank you very much. Anybody else in the public like to address us? Anybody else? Yeah. Mr. Reedman. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Reeman here on behalf of the Wyoming County Commissioners Association. I do see that I'm joined in the room by our Fremont County Commissioner, Mr. Michael Jones. So
He's keeping an eye on you.
he does a good job of that. Mr. Chairman, I just have a few comments to offer the committee relative to the broader topic of gaming. I'll start with skill games, and certainly the governor's letter has been a topic of discussion here today. Expansion has not been an issue that my members have taken up, at least in the past. But as much as I feel that the governor's letter was directed at the legislature, it has a local government component to it. And in fact, the governor has reached out to our association to ask us to take up this conversation, which we will do at our board meeting next week. And expansion will be part of that conversation. So we may have some additional thoughts to share there. One of the topics that the governor references specifically relative to local governments is this concept of the opt-in or opt-out. And again, I will take that to my members and see where they want to go in the future. But let me tell you a little bit about the past. And from my perspective, and I will share this with the commissioners, I feel this is a ship that has sailed. When this topic came up in 2019, I went to my members and said, what do you want? Do you want an opt-in? Do you want an opt-out? The reality is they couldn't come to any agreement about either one. Some wanted in, some wanted to have the option out. What we did agree on is that we wanted an option. And I testified at every single committee meeting through that interim and moving forward and during the legislative session that was the position, that we wanted an option. The legislature didn't take that up. And from my perspective, you all spoke to us that you didn't want that to be a part of the equation. The other part of it, of course, is that fair? Is that parity with skill games versus pari-mutuel events, where, of course, you have to have that opt-in. And a number of counties have taken that up. I think there are currently operations in 7 counties for pari-mutuel events. Another at least 7 or 8 off the top of my head have authorized it. One county took it up recently and elected not to authorize it. So it is a parity issue as well, and we'll have that conversation. But again, at least in terms of the past, it feels as if that ship has sailed from my perspective. Mr. Chairman, I do want to bring up one other issue, and this comes from a recent court decision relative to pari-mutuel, but I want to cast it a little bit more broadly than that. And that case comes out of Campbell County, where the commissioners there ultimately decided to prohibit pari-mutuel events or horse operators that were not offering live horse racing within the county. I'm not here to defend that decision or adjudicate it or adjudicate the court decision. But what that court decision in essence said in its simplest form is that once county commissioners authorize those activities to happen within the county, they have no additional regulatory authority into perpetuity. All of the regulatory authority is the Wyoming Gaming Commission. Now, it's my sense in talking to some of my members, and we'll take this up again next week, is that they don't feel that's precisely right. And that would again extend to pari-mutuel and skill games. Now, I'm not suggesting that my members are here to say we should have unfettered authority to just rip businesses out of their operations once we've granted it, but there should perhaps be some regulatory authority that they have moving forward. It's somewhat akin to a conversation we just had this session about dissolution of different boards where counties had the ability to establish those entities, but had no ability to undo that decision for any reason. And so, again, I'm not suggesting that my members are going to want to have that full authority to dissolve the authority that they granted, but they should have some cooperative, perhaps, regulatory authority with the Gaming Commission. And I've certainly had those conversations with that body. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I hope to bring you back more answers. I certainly intend to bring answers to the Appropriations Committee as they take this up. But with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Reaman? Questions, Representative Yen?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Reaman, maybe this is something that you can offer to the counties, but would an option for a county to choose to pause expansion be something that would be interesting to a county? So rather than opt out and stop all businesses that are currently operating, just stop allowing new permits in the county.
And if I might tag on, another alternative would be to opt out, but grandfather existing players for a certain amount of time. So just something like that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Yen, it's an interesting concept. I'll absolutely take to my members and have that conversation with them. I do think it probably has to be, as you suggest, Mr. Chairman, because they're right or wrong. There are some of these entities that have put resolutions before county commissions that grant them the authorization without ever having to come back to the Board of County Commissioners to, in my perspective, have unfettered access to expanding elsewhere within the county. Now, some counties have rejected that wholeheartedly, but it might slip through somewhere, and that might be in opposition to that sort of approach if we don't have what you've suggested.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Thank you very much. I think you must have done a good job because Commissioner Jones left. I don't know if he walked out on you, but who else would like to address the committee? Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, well, deep breath. Let's think about this. So I don't know if we have answers right now or we need to have answers right now, but if there's further work the committee would like to do on this, we can entertain ideas about that. I think it's time to take a break. Is that okay? So we've been going at it almost 2 hours again. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back when that big hand is on the 4, right behind you there, 20 after 4. And we will take up governmental tax exemptions, which is, I know why you're all here. So I'm excited. Does it look like we're online? Okay, I still have 419, but we're very close. Look at how fast Emily's moving. All right, I have 420. I don't mean anything by that, but that's what time it is. And with that, we are back in session, and we have Director Henson here with some of her staff. And this is the first time that some of us have seen you since your confirmation hearing. And just want to say, ask how it's going and let you make some general opening remarks about your job and what's going on, and maybe some of the big issues you're dealing with before you get into the tax exemption piece.
Well, Mr. Chairman, again, Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. It's an absolute honor to be able to make that statement. I've been in the taxation business for numerous decades. And so I see a lot of people that have worked on numerous issues, but I did want to touch on just a couple things. A public service announcement related to the property tax refund program. I did bring some pamphlets, put them on the back table. We are accepting applications for that program as we speak. The deadline is June 6th. The information related to the income criteria, the maximum amount of property tax refund that taxpayers can get. I encourage everyone to go to our website, revenue.wyo.gov. That'll give you all the detailed information per county. The other thing that we propped up this year for the first time is the ability to file online. So if you have taxpayers going to, for example, county treasurer's office to get the application, they can actually help them go online. They can upload any documentation they need to, and it can all be done right there. You don't even have to mail the application back in. So we're excited about that possibility. But we are really working with county treasurers and county assessors to try and get the word out that this is available, and it was funded by the legislature during the last session, and that we believe there's enough funding there to provide refunds of both 2021 taxes and 2022. So with that, the other hot topic, the Department of Revenue, is monthly ad valorem mineral taxation.
You're here.
We implemented that program, and I just wanted to give the committee a little bit of a status. So we know that those laws went into effect January 1, 2022. The first reporting deadline that came up was the 25th of February, and that's when our annual filers for 2021 production were required to report to the Department of Revenue. We then generated an invoice, and then they paid us no later than the 25th of March. Now recall, the annual filers are those that within the year of 2021 had severance taxes on that production that were less than $30,000. So these are small, typically solid mineral operators. But what happened was then in that February timeframe and then March for payment, we received approximately $5.5 million. That was from production that happened in 2021. These values will be certified to county assessors in May and would have been on the tax bill in September of 2022. But we've received 5.5 million that has already gone to the county treasurers and has already been distributed out to all the taxing entities based on the prior year mill levy. Fast forward the next month, we have dates that are just rolling in, one right after another. So then you have the 25th of March. That was the first month that we saw January 2022 production reported to the Department of Revenue, just as companies have always done with that severance tax number that they've reported. We took that production information, multiplied it by the prior year mill levy, sent out an invoice, and on Monday of this week, we started receiving the first monthly ad valorem dollars. And deep breath, as of last night, we have collected $65 million. That's January production only. We've collected $65 million. We will be distributing that money to local county treasurers across the state. Those checks and warrants will go out with the transmittal reports on this Friday. Then they have another 10 days to distribute that to taxing entities. Keeping in mind that $65 million worth of tax dollars that would have been collected starting in September 2023. It's being collected and remitted by those companies now. So what I want to say is thank you to those producers and operators in the state of Wyoming that have really been working with us diligently to change their timelines, their cash flow, to implement this program. We know we've got that deferral tax of the 2020 and 2021 taxes that is also out there being administered by the local county treasurers. But to me, $65 million by the end of April 2022 on January 2022 production, that took a lot of effort. And so just wanted to let everybody know. I'm pretty proud of everybody's efforts on that.
Thank you very much for that update. This committee, you did the heavy lifting on this along with county folks and the industry, especially our friends in the oil and gas industry. It's amazing that we got this accomplished. And remember the bottom line, when they did this for severance, they waived an entire year of revenues to get the transition done. We didn't. So good job, everybody. Representative Young.
Mr. Chairman, I also wanted to briefly comment on the property tax refund program, and thank you, Director, for being able to get those applications out, but also thank you to the chairman for sponsoring that budget amendment on the Senate side, because I think this year, more than any other year, it really is necessary.
And thank you for on the House side. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to ask in the broad section.
Sure.
Last year, we talked a little bit about this, and, we heard that, this is just a Natrona issue. It's just a Natrona issue. And I can really get the sense just in the last, since we've left session, I mean, my phone has been ringing off the hook, and now it was always other counties, but now it's to another level. I mean, it's been Fremont, Crook, Teton, and Laramie even, and so I really I've sensed it in this room, just having some discussions in the hallway, that something has shifted here. And I think there is an agreement now, thankfully, we need to get something done. And I know the larger discussion is going to be at the second meeting. We got some proposals from the state board on some statutory revisions here and there. But what are you hearing? Because this is, my phone has been off the hook on this, and we got to take some action. Thank you.
Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, I think it's important to note that we are hearing property owners across the state speak to the increases that they're seeing in the appraised value of their property. I will tell you, I am not hearing much related to that they believe the county assessor's values are incorrect or inappropriate. What we're hearing is that there's a recognition out there. All they have to do is look in the newspaper or look at the real estate market. They recognize that those values are increasing. So that in itself, I believe, is where most of the discussion that I'm hearing is just, is this truly what our property tax structure should look like? It's based on fair market value. They don't dispute the fair market value, because keeping in mind, we're still seeing a rapidly increasing market, and we're the end of April. Those values that they receive on their assessment schedules right now were based on 2021 sales. So they're not even seeing the full impact yet on those values. And so looking to the legislature, I see that you're going to have property owners that are looking for relief. But I will also tell you, those same sales Those are people that are in Wyoming. They sold those properties for that higher amount of money, or they came to Wyoming and paid that higher amount. And our property tax structure in Wyoming is still such that it's lower than the state that they came from. And so that's a recognition that we need to make sure that we understand as well. And another thing related to the property tax discussion on how we fund K through 12 education. Again, we saw this morning that that's where the majority of our property tax dollars go to. We know that mineral values had declined, but every time a property value, let's take residential, for example, it takes 10 times the number of residential dollars to make up one lost dollar from minerals, because we assess minerals at 100% of value. Residential is only at 9.5% of value. So it takes a lot of increases in property tax for residential, agricultural, commercial, industrial to make up any value lost in minerals. So I know that that's a long answer, and that's why we're going to have a much longer discussion on property taxation and how can we provide the relief where it's needed, but not a broad relief, because not everyone in the state of Wyoming is asking for relief. So I think it's going to be a good conversation to have. I hope I answered your question.
Okay. Thank you very much for that introductory comments. And why don't we move on to the government tax exemptions? And you're going to be before us at every meeting, so we have more topics to take up with the Department of Revenue, but.
Okay, well, thank you,
job.
Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman. We are going to talk about governmental property tax exemptions and basically what I hope to do is just provide you with the status of where we're at today and where that clarification is necessary. I know that this will be deja vu for Chairman Case, Representative Swaney, Representative Roscoe, and Representative Hallinan, because I gave this presentation in September of 2019. And I always say, you know, for Thanksgiving dinner, if you screw it up, you're never going to have to do it again. So I must not have screwed it up too bad in 2019, because here we are again. Appreciate your time as we go through this. So in 2019, the county assessors and the Department of Revenue, we both came to the Revenue Committee and asked this be an interim topic. Why? Simply because we needed clarification. What this presentation is intended to do is to give you reference document. I am not going to go through all of these statutes, all of the rules that the Department of Revenue has. You have them before you. I included them in this presentation so that you can reference those. But what I do ask you to do is, as we're talking about this, put yourself in the county assessor's shoes. And when they receive those applications, and what should they do? How do they decide those exemptions? We're going to go over some general criteria on exemptions, just what they're intended for, some administrative responsibilities. We're going to review the current constitutional and statutory exemptions, go through chapter Department of Revenue 14 rules. Brian Judkins is with me today. He's the property tax administrator. They did a study, an audit, where they reached out to all 23 county assessors in 2019. He's going to report some of those findings and what resulted. And then we're going to talk about some possible options. But let's talk about what an exemption is. Property tax exemptions are subsidies to certain owners or.
Director, you're coming in loud and clear, but you might just pull that mic a little bit closer. It comes just slightly in and out. Thank you very much.
Okay. Property tax exemptions are subsidies to certain owners or for certain uses of property to encourage publicly desired objectives. Always keep that in mind, whether it's property taxation, excise taxation, as a governing body and policy setters, that's what you're doing when you're granting an exemption. You're trying to get to a certain outcome. Types of exemptions, there are multiple types. There are partial exemptions. What you see in other states sometimes is the first $10,000 of assessed value is exempt. In Wyoming, you've got $3,000 that you've established for the primary residence of a Wyoming veteran. Those are partial exemptions. Full exemptions are what we're going to focus on today. The typically governmental, religious, educational institutions, sometimes charitable, pollution control, fire control, those types of exemptions. We've also got de facto exemptions. Those things that really administratively, it's so difficult to administer those that there really is no return on that. Business inventory is one in Wyoming. There, it is exempt. I will tell you, there are other states where they tax business inventory. Personal property held for personal use, our televisions, our sofas, our refrigerators, they were taxable at one time in Wyoming. They're no longer taxable. Livestock. Yes, when I first started in the assessor's office, every year ranchers had to provide us with a listing of how many cattle they had, how many horses they had. We don't do that anymore. Controlling exemptions. Those are the exemptions that, for example, you may have an exemption for the first 5 years and then it becomes taxable. Level of assessment is a form of an exemption. I just mentioned that minerals is at 100% of value when we apply taxes. For industrial, we're at 11.5%, all other property 9.5%. Everything else is exempt. We're only taxing 9.5% of our residential homes. And the reason that's important, I've given you an example. So if I have a property that's worth $500,000 in market value, if it's a industrial property, my assessed value is $57,500 times the mill levy. I'm paying $3,910 on that $500,000 worth of market value. But if I'm in the all other category at 9.5%, my taxes are only $3,230. So that in itself is a form of an exemption. We need to understand that anytime we apply an exemption, that shifts that burden to taxable property. So I've given you a scenario. Let's say the voters have approved that a community college can bond to construct new buildings. And the amount of the annual payment of that bond is $1.5 million. If the taxable value of that jurisdiction is 500,000, when I take 500,000 divided by 1.5 million, let me switch that around before I get you confused. I need 1.5 million. And then if I've got that taxable value, so it's the amount of the budget divided by the assessed value equals the mills. So budget divided by assessed value, 3 mills. If the assessed value is $450,000 instead of the 500,000 because of exemptions, I've still got that same process. I'm still going to take the 1.5 million divided by the 450,000. Now my mill levy to pay that bond and interest is 3.33 mills. Okay, so what happens is now I'm a warehouse owner. I have an assessed value of $22,000. To pay back that bond, my portion at 3 mills, excuse me, is $66. But if it's at 3.33 mills, I'm going to pay $73.26. So the tax bill on that bond is still due. It's just how we've distributed that tax amount. And because I may have confused you, I need to stop and make sure, are there any questions? Go with the document.
Who's ready to admit that they're confused?
I confused myself as soon as I said.
You want to plow it one
Cheat
more time?
sheet.
Okay.
Cheat sheet. The cheat sheet is correct. So with that, let's talk about tax spiral, because I think that is a term that we hear a lot when we're talking about government paying tax, whether it's property tax, excise, any tax. It's, you know, well, you're creating a tax spiral. So if one governmental entity chooses to tax the property of another governmental entity, the governmental entity forced to pay those taxes may have to levy more money to pay those taxes. And so that is the tax spiral that is referenced when we look at court cases. But what I'd like to do in Wyoming is talk about where do our property tax dollars go. On slide number 9. So the beneficiaries of property tax collections in 2021 are broken out. 53.63% school, we go to county, the school foundation program, municipal districts, special districts. So all of those percentages add up to 100% of our property tax dollars in 2021. But now I'm going to give you an example. So if I'm a governmental entity and I own a commercial property valued at $200,000, then my property taxes would be as broken out below on the slide. The schools are going to get $728. The county is going to get $228. School foundation, $250, $92 to the special districts, $152. So if the governmental entity, let's say, is the city-owned property, so I am going to pay $152 that I'm going to receive back again in that distribution. But the rest of the $1,450 that you see there is all going to other entities. And sometimes I think we miss that because we think I'm the city, I own the property, I'm going to pay those taxes and it's coming right back. They think that $1,450, I'm going to pay that, but we're going to get it back. They only get a portion of that. And so that's a key understanding of our tax structure. So let's talk about the administrative responsibilities. So your locally elected county assessors make that initial determination for governmental property. If the assessor determines that it's taxable, the appeal will go to your County Board of Commissioners, which sits as a County Board of Equalization for these matters. So then those findings, if the property owner feels that they did not get the answer at the county board, or the assessor feels that they didn't get the answer at the county board that they wanted, they can appeal that decision to the State Board of Equalization. It can go to the district court, and it can also go to the Supreme Court. I will make one caveat that we all know that a county assessor, the courts have deemed that the county assessor is not a person. So let's say in the example that the county assessor believed a property was taxable, and that was appealed. And then the County Board of Equalization found for the taxpayer. And the county assessor said, well, I'm going to take that to the State Board of Equalization. If the State Board of Equalization finds that the County Board of Equalization was accurate and finds against the assessor is not a person under Wyoming statute and cannot pursue that appeal further. I know that we've talked about that historically, but it's important in particular with these types of cases that it would not go further. Now, if it's the other way and that it's the taxpayer that needs to go further, they can go all the way to the Supreme Court. So just administrative. Assessor is the custodian of the application. It is confidential information. It can't be shared outside of the hearing. Now, the Department of Revenue is required to promulgate rules, and that's what you'll find in Chapter 14 of Department of Revenue rules on what is and isn't governmental property. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. Legal presumption for publicly owned property. Any governmental entity that's public owned, the legal presumption begins with that property is exempt. So in other cases, the presumption is that the assessor's valuation is accurate if it's not a governmental property, and it's the property owner's responsibility to overcome that presumption. Not for governmental entities. The presumption is it is exempt, and it's the assessor's burden to prove that it's taxable. So that's another key consideration if I'm the county assessor determining if I'm going to tax a governmental entity. Let's talk about the Constitution, because this is a really important thing in Wyoming. So our Constitution, Article 15, Section 12, talks about exemptions from taxation. The property of the United States, the state, counties, cities, towns, school districts, and municipal corporations, underlined, when used primarily for governmental purpose. And the reason I underline that is if you turn to slide 13, our Constitution was amended by the voters of Wyoming in 1955. So we had a resolution go before the voters. And prior to this resolution going before the voters, that language that's underlined on this page was not there. Our Constitution used to provide that as long as the government owned it, it was exempt from property taxation. In 1955, the voters of Wyoming said, when used primarily for a governmental purpose. That's what brings us here today. So also found in the Constitution, and then we've got the statute with further guidance, as I mentioned, how do governmental entities meet the requirement of when used primarily for a governmental purpose? What's a governmental purpose? It's not defined in statute. Typically, a function that includes services that only the government does is what we think of. And I truly believe that that's what originally, that's why our Constitution was worded the way it was. Something was going on in the 50s that made the public believe that the government was owning property that they were not using for a governmental purpose. And if they were, they needed to pay taxes on them. So as we know, our society is always looking as their dollar goes not as far as it used to. They typically go to government and say, could you do this for me? And so government continues to look for revenue sources in order to provide additional services to taxpayers. So we've got a vicious circle going here. So we want to talk about governmental versus proprietary functions. Most states distinguish between governmental and proprietary functions. And it's important to know that states also waive sovereign immunity for proprietary functions. So this is not a new concept. So typically a governmental function includes those services that only the government does, typically such as health code inspections, animal control, health and safety permits, licensing, sanitation in some instances, vital statistic, those types of related function. Proprietary functions are typically one that a private entity can perform. And it is not uniquely for the benefit of the general public. And it's also the situation where most of the time the governmental entity has entered the zone of private business, to which activities may be and frequently are carried through private enterprise. So we've got some case law. 1958, well, that time period rings a bell, right? Our Constitution changed. We had the town of Pine Bluffs versus the Wyoming State Board of Equalization. And this is where the town owned an electric light plant. Justice Bloom wrote at that point, instead of the phrase where no profit to the municipality is involved, its acts are governmental, we should substitute the phrase that where a service is rendered by a municipality gratuitously and for the public welfare, generally, such service should be considered governmental. Let's keep that in mind as well. It is important to know municipal electrics continue to be taxed today. So federal government, let's talk about how they've addressed taxation. And they had in 2017, Freedom from Government Competition Act, because these are hand in hand, folks. So the federal government has some 2 million executive branch, non-postal, full-time, permanent employees. And of those employees, 1.1 million are in jobs that are commercial in nature, according to the federal government. And so they've got specific guidelines for those. This Freedom from Government Competition Act created a process where they would look at every job that the employees of the federal government complete and try to determine whether that job was proprietary or governmental in nature. And they called it the Yellow Pages test, to make certain that government is not unfairly competing with small business and to assure that products and services are provided at the best value to the taxpayers. But 2017 wasn't that long ago. So that is basically in its infancy stages as far as going further with that. The state of Wyoming followed suit. In 2010, there was legislation considered, Senate Enrolled Act 29, the governor vetoed it. perhaps. However, you know, we have these topics come back. In 2011, Senate File 44 failed introduction. However, in 2012, Senate Enrolled Act 47 was signed into law. It went into effect March 15th of 2012. What it did is it gave the public an opportunity to go to one spot. It happens to be on the Administration and Information website. It's under the Finance and Expenditures. It's under Wyoming Open. I've printed the website. What I hate to tell you is that while the theory behind it, the motivation behind it was truly to ensure that governmental entities were not in competition with private sector. But unfortunately, we are 10 years later, almost to the month. I checked again, Senator Case. We still don't have any reports out there. So I do not believe that this is widely known by the public, that they have an opportunity and a voice to bring these types of issues to the table. So while the theory and the thought, I think, was a good one, we just aren't getting the input from the public.
And Director Henson, I'd agree 100%. This website that was created is just a reporting thing. It's not a regulatory thing. It just allows members of the public to point out where they think there is unfair competition. And you're right, it doesn't get used. So 3 times at the Apple and it didn't get used.
Nearly, Chairman Case, I really thought that we would, having served as a locally elected county assessor and hearing the concerns that private business came to my office with,
Right.
I felt that it would have received a little more attention. So,
But the truth is, it's never really been promoted. But anyway, thanks for bringing it
well,
up.
yeah, I did in 2019 and I'm doing it again in 2022. So I've done my part. Turning to page 19, primarily has been defined in the Wyoming Supreme Court. It means of first importance or principally. When a governmental entity leases out a portion of a property to a private entity, how should primarily be measured? It's still a question today. So Title 39. We'll talk about federally owned property in the state of Wyoming. The focus on this, and I'm not going to read all of these statutes, but for property owned by the federal government, the way our statutes read in Wyoming is it says and reiterates that it must be used primarily for governmental purpose. And then it says the following property is not owned and used primarily for governmental purpose. And so we've got 5 paragraphs that say these types of properties are not primarily used for a governmental purpose. And I did want to make sure that everybody understood that when it says improvements, that's improvements to the land, it's structures. Structures and site improvements is what it means by the statement improvement. So let's turn to state-owned property. Again, the property is not owned and used primarily for governmental purpose. And then we talk about what those are. So I ask you for both federal and state reference, since it's telling you what is not used primarily for governmental purpose, does that mean everything else is used for a governmental purpose and therefore should be exempt? Is that the intent of the legislature? So let's turn to county-owned property. Property owned and used by counties primarily for governmental purpose. The end. That's it. That is what we've got for guidance for county assessors and for those appeal boards, for county boards of equalization. That's all we've got for guidance. Now we'll go to cities and towns. So now we go the other way. Property of Wyoming cities, towns owned and used primarily for a governmental purpose, including, and now we have a list of things that we think are primarily used for a governmental purpose. And you'll see these. I mean, they're mainly infrastructure, government administration, cities, town halls, those types of things. Recreation, but you'll see that last paragraph on number D, where it says The charges for the use of those facilities shall not exceed the cost of operation and maintenance to qualify for this exemption. Well, now you've got to dig in the weeds if I'm the county assessor to determine what that percentage is. And I've got to get that information from the municipality or the town to see if they qualify. So this is how we treat cities and towns. Then we have court cases. Because if I'm on the city council and we own a piece of property, I am only doing my due diligence to ask for an exemption for that property. I'm responsible for the finances of the city. And so we see case law. So what happened is we had a case, City of Cheyenne versus the Board of County Commissioners, Laramie County, where the court said, by the statutory use of the term including, the legislature intends to include other purposes, even though not specifically enumerated. So what that did is now this throws another wrench in the assessors trying to determine whether to grant this exemption or not, because yes, the legislature said primarily means these things. Oh, but by the way, it also could include other things because we haven't said it doesn't. Okay, we'll talk about school districts. Is your head spinning yet? If you're a county assessor. So we'll talk about owned by a Wyoming school district. Property owned of a Wyoming school district owned and used primarily for governmental purpose, excluding teacherages. That's what we've got for guidance for school districts. Historically, I took a case to the State Board of Equalization and to the County Board of Equalization. It was a vacant lot that was listed for sale by a school district. They had purchased a vacant lot, decided that's not where they were going to put the school, put the vacant lot on the market. Well, I believe that that wasn't being used for that purpose. And I did lose that appeal. So right now, if I own a vacant lot and I'm a school district, it is exempt under case law.
Even if it's for sale, indicating clearly that they have no government purpose for it.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chairman. When I argued that point, it didn't have near the power that seemed to have coming from you. But with that, again, having to monitor case law and these things. And litigation, I've just divulged, as an assessor, taxpayer dollars pay that assessor's wage, pays for the county attorney's wage, it pays for the hearing officer, it pays for all of the time spent litigating these issues. I'm not sure that's a good use of taxpayer dollars. Perhaps clarity is where we need to look. So some property tax exemptions simply require that governmental entity own the property. But typically that only occurs when the provisions that say what those governing bodies can do are very clear.
Director, we got a question. It's good time. Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Henson, I think it's going to segue a little bit into the discussion too that we're going to have with the State Board of Equalization. It really troubles me but maybe it's in state statute, but I think this is one of the things that they're asking about is how does the State Board of Equalization have jurisdiction to determine the interpretation of what's a governmental property? I mean, the way I think of the State Board is that they can, determine the tax level, they could appeals on the tax level itself, but do they have explicit, I think that should be determined by a district court. So how do they even have jurisdiction to overturn what you did as the Laramie County assessor?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray. So the fact-finding mission on local assessed property is the County Board of Equalization. That's where the evidence is presented. That's where the record is created. And that is the County Board of Equalization that is making that determination. The State Board of Equalization is reviewing that decision to determine whether the County Board of Equalization had sufficient evidence to support their findings. So that becomes a question. Should the State Board of Equalization have further power in that realm? Because it is just a review board reviewing whether the decision of the county board was appropriate or not.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the way that I guess is developed in practice is that the fact finding element given to the County Board of Equalization has been interpreted as defining whether a property is being used for a governmental purpose that is operated by a governmental entity. So, I mean, I guess I disagree with that. I mean, I think that this interpretation should go to a district court immediately if it's appealed, because I don't think that's in the fact finding role, but maybe I have to look at the statute closer, but interesting. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Gray, and we're going to talk about the administrative process itself because government is intertwined. We have numerous boards, functions where a county commissioner may sit on a board of a municipality in working on certain efforts. So your concept of perhaps is the County Board of Equalization or the State Board of Equalization, is that the appropriate place to hear governmental exemptions because we are so intertwined? So I think it's an excellent point and we'll have further discussion. So
Okay.
with that, on page 28, we talk about public library used as a library. Public, the property of a museum or hospital district, but a museum or hospital district within their statutory powers, that's the only thing they can own. So you don't have to get into the primarily used discussion. So you'll see some of those noted there. We do have our chapter 14 rules, section 5, publicly owned property. I've included that in your packet, not going to go over it. But the question is, and you'll find in some of the case law, sometimes when those hearings go to the State Board of Equalization, sometimes you'll hear that within those findings and facts, they believe that the Department of Revenue has overstepped their statutory authority in our rulemaking process. And then other times we're called out, so to say, because we were silent. And so there's a fine balance there on how far has the department gone too far in our rulemaking process, or have we not gone far enough? But where the rubber hits the road is what is the legislature's intent? What uses owned by a governmental entity should be exempt from paying property taxes? Again, as I stated, litigation is not a wise use of funds or time. Should the governmental entities be required to submit an application for that exemption annually at all? I believe that you'll find in 23 counties, and Mr. Judkins is going to talk about some of the findings. Some county assessors historically, if it was owned by a governmental entity, the presumption is it's exempt. They're just exempt. They haven't ever been on the tax roll. And there are 5 assessors that came before me, and they all decided they were exempt. The statute hasn't changed. Yeah, I'm not going down that path. You know, I'm not taking on the city, so should they be required to tell the county assessor what that use is? I don't know. That's a question that I'd like to have discussed. Mr. Judkins, you want to talk about what the Property Tax Division found in their discussions? And believe me, these were long, lengthy discussions with county assessors in 2019.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Brian Judkins, Administrator of Property Tax Division.
Welcome.
Thank you. So back in 2019, Ms. Henson, Director Henson, was the Administrator of the Property Tax Division. And my role during that time was the audit coordinator for the property tax. So with all the, discussions going on with governmental exemptions, I thought that would be a great topic for our audit for the county assessors. And my vision for the audits is number one, helping situations out like this, providing you guys with information, and number two, going into training or giving guidance to the assessors. So my objective with governmental exemption was to help determine if the statutes and DOR rules were sufficient to determine the taxability of government-owned property. And unfortunately, there were many inconsistencies that when we polled the assessors, that it clearly identifies that we need some clarity with determine the taxability. Some of the examples that I came up with during the audit were of the counties that had government-owned property leased to private entities, 24% were granting an exemption. The next one was of the counties that had governmental properties for sale, 10% were granting exemptions on those properties. The next topic was governmental supplied employee housing. Now, if we, just as Director Henson alluded to earlier, that teacherages are taxable in Wyoming, but other employee provided housing, such as DOT, snowplow drivers. I know up on South Pass, there's some housing up there. There's a state park, Boise State Park. There's a big complex over there that has employee provided housing for the state park. But with these counties that have that type of property, 40% were granting the exemption. And vacant schools, the counties that had vacant schools, 64% were granting the exemption. So as you can see, there is some inconsistencies going through. So let's step back and consider the uses again for governmental purpose. Health, safety, and welfare, right? Education, transportation, infrastructure, and administrative buildings to administer the previous items. So these are all typical uses, correct? Well, let's talk about some gray areas that I found with the audit. So we have some governmental entities owning the following property types: shooting ranges, entertainment such as bowling alleys and movie theaters, campgrounds. Obviously, you know that the government entities own campgrounds. Vacant land, we talked about that a little earlier. Childcare facilities, sanitation services, housing, recreational facilities leased to a private company. Look at I know Yellowstone Park and Teton Park really goes underneath federal regulations, but all them buildings on that facility, those parks are leased out to a private for-profit entities. Medical clinics operated by a private company. Now we have some really gray areas. Think about the privately owned cabins that are on Forest Service or other governmental land. They taxable? Airplane hangars on airplane property, privately owned airplane hangars. Other commercial structures, governmental entity buildings on a commercial structure, and leases to a private company. What about the government land that these buildings sit on? Should they be taxed?
So can I ask a question here? Back one slide, and if you can. For example, the airplane hangars, I know for a fact that I'm part of a airplane hangar on city property, and we pay taxes. We got the notice, and but some places don't pay taxes on that. I got to talk to my assessor.
Well,
so it's It's not.
Yeah, I mean, again, through the statute, you know, it was specified as what was not taxable
Mhm.
on government property. Airplane hangars are not mentioned
Interesting.
in that.
Yeah, I better file an appeal or something. She's here. Anyway, it's $175, but
Yeah,
it's
well,
interesting that,
But yeah, I mean, you know, taxing the land, the leases, that's been brought up. That's asked by us many times. Should the land be taxed that provides, you know, the land for these private structures? Some of the comments that the assessors included with the audits, you know, one county attorney said, all federal property is exempt, period. No more discussion. We did have a legislator say that economic development is a function of government and therefore exempt from property tax. We had another assessor say, you know, it's not a wise political move to tax this. Another one, they use tax dollars to build it. So obviously that makes it a governmental purpose, right? Or the presumption is that it is exempt. It's a waste of my time and resources to pursue this. So again, I think there's a lot of room for clarity and
So.
your microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So we're getting through here. There were some options that were presented back in 2019. And, you know, option one, within each level, at least start treating them similarly. If we're going to tell what's not, let's say what's not. If we're going to tell what is, we'll say what's exempt. Let's treat them the same. Option two is let's just consider providing a definition for governmental purpose. Governmental purpose is used in all the governmental entities statutes. So maybe we just define that, or we take no action and let the assessors fend for themselves. I don't think that that's the approach that's the best for everyone. What should we do with the application and appeal process? To Representative Gray's point, should that process be as structured today? Or should we change where those appeals go to? And I've discussed that on both page 41 and 42, some possible changes that could be made to that appeal process. I do think it puts county commissioners, you know, they can be very a big advocate for economic development. And we know that they invest money in our communities. And then to turn around and be the person that says, oh, but by the way, we're going to tax you on those. I think that those are some difficult spots. And we know our county commissioners have difficult spots every day. But if we can eliminate some of those and make sure it's being treated similarly within the county, each county, this would be good. And it really should be based on law and not just it's good policy. To be clear, the department is not advocating one way or the other, but we do ask for clarification. In 2019, there was a bill, Senate File 59, and you all have that before you. It was sponsored by this committee. It did provide some of the major components that I had asked that you put in statute. It provided definitions for governmental purpose, administrative use, education, health, safety, welfare, infrastructure, transportation. But what it also had was Section 3. Section 3 was the part of the legislation that basically required that governing body, that if it didn't meet one of the criteria that was defined in governmental purpose, that it needed to basically dispose of that property. They needed to list it on the market. I will tell you that that was not the purpose that we had in bringing this to this body. Bringing it to the body was simply to say, if you're outside of a governmental purpose, then there's a tax imposed, just like there's a tax imposed on the private sector. our intent was never to tell any governing entity, governmental entity, what you could or could not purchase or how you could use your revenues. So what happened is that bill, it failed introduction. It did not go any further. And for 3 years, the county assessors have continued to struggle with what is a governmental purpose. But I would basically state that I really think that Senate File 59 was a good start. And there's no sense reinventing the wheel. If based on testimony from the governmental entities, from the county assessors, I had asked when I knew this was going to be on the agenda today, I asked the county assessors if they would review Senate File 59 from 2019 and see, based on their exact situations within their counties, would this provide the clarity so that they would feel comfortable in making those decisions? And I believe they're going to speak to that question themselves. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we tried to get through it very quickly. Thank you for your time again.
I think you did a great job of presenting and getting us up to speed. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned airplane hangars, and let's delve into, do you remember any of the discussion around airports authorities and the can of worms you're opening up with this on their funding model from any of the federal government restrictions that they have to deal with? Do you recall any of those conversations?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sweeney, I don't recall the conversations in the context of this legislative body. We do have case law on airports, on what is exempt, and that it has to be fixed base operation. And so if I've got a private sector company that is located on an airport and they're leasing out space to that private company, typically they're paying property tax on their personal property, furniture, fixtures, equipment, those types of things. But if it comes under that heading of a part of that fixed base operation, and that in itself could take some time, to discuss it in depth, then it is exempt from property taxation.
But, and just to be clear here, we're not talking about taxing the runways or
No.
the government part, but it is these ancillary commercial type enterprises, I think is what the suggestion is. Might be. It's
Yes,
possible.
Mr. Chairman. And if in fact those structures, once they're leased out to a private entity, should the land that's owned by the governmental entity
Mhm.
that they're sitting on, should that be taxed as well, or just the structures?
Yeah. Go ahead. And then we'll go to Senator Schuler.
So a follow-up to that is, I do remember some of the conversations, and I'm really going to be leery of trying to move this forward until the airport operators are at the table before we go any further, as far as I'm concerned, because it was huge pushback, especially our international airport in Casper in Natrona County had huge issues with this piece of legislation. So, but, and I tried to warn them, as I did our county commissioners, about the next topic, but.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Go
may,
ahead.
I think the discussion needs to be, how much in tax are we talking? I mean, I understand how they were opposed to it with the provision that was in that section 3, absolutely. But how much tax are we talking? And with that recognition that what if that same company or service were on privately held property, not airport property, but maybe close down the road, they would be paying taxes. And so trying to make that, determination, because I know you're right. Laramie County, the airport has an office building. Built that office building with the intent that the revenue from leasing that space out to doctors and attorneys and those types of things would be another source of income for them. I will tell you, it's always been taxed, but it is a source of income. So.
Fine. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, the question I have is slide 37, where you talked a little bit about some of the gray areas. And I was looking particularly at the housing that, was provided in different areas. You talked about the snowplow drivers in Teton County or maybe a game and fish guy in Pinedale or whatever. But then I noticed on a slide further back, we exclude teacherages. And I was thinking on the way up here, I drove through a little town where they probably have a tough time getting teachers. And I know they have 3 or 4 houses there that they probably use for that. In fact, I'm sure they do. I'm just wondering, why would they exclude that versus going ahead and
So
giving
I think
exemptions?
teachers is, that's a hard thing for me to say. Teacherages are taxed.
Yes.
That's the way the law is written. But if a nonprofit hospital, public, hospital district owns housing, it may or may not be taxed depending on the policy of the assessor and kind of the way that came down. But the law specifically says that a school that owns a house and for its employees, that is taxable. Did I get that right? Make sure I got it right.
Yes, you got it right, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Roscoe, Representative Roscoe, Independent Representative Roscoe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Henson, I should probably know the answer to this, but when someone files an appeal or an entity files an appeal, do they have to follow, starting with the county, and then the state, and then the C, the State Board of Equalization, then the district court, and then the Supreme Court? Can they jump, or do they have to start at the bottom and work their way up?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Roscoe, if you can certify cases, just like if you have an appeal go to the district court, you can certify to the Supreme Court if both parties are in agreement and request that. We do have those situations where County Board of Equalization, let's say, for example, the county commissioner sits as a Board of Equalization, but he wants to appeal his personal property. We would think that that's not an appropriate item for the County Board of Equalization to consider. So there is the ability for that entity to certify that to the State Board of Equalization. So it doesn't happen often, but it is legally permissible.
If you think about some of these cases, it's a sticky widget a little bit because the entity getting the exemption is actually the entity that's the Board of Equalization potentially. So.
And Mr. Chairman, when you certify that from the County Board of Equalization, the evidentiary hearing becomes the State Board of Equalization.
Exactly.
So all of the information is provided in that forum. And so there are pros and cons to that process as well.
Fair enough. I see Senator James, you have your hand up. Is it still up? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a quick question. I'm personally a fan of the yellow pages idea. It's very clear. It's in the yellow pages. Government doesn't do it because that's specifically for the private sector. I also had an idea for property taxes that would make that pretty simple. I'm not sure if we're okay to go there, if you're okay with that, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's late in the day, but you can go out there a little bit for sure. I'm with you on the yellow pages. Go ahead.
Okay. It's just really quick. Basically, property taxes increase on any given property will be limited no more than 2% per year, as long as property is not sold or transferred. And then when someone purchases the property, it'll be 1% of the sale price. That's where it'll start. And so that's in a very brief nutshell of what it'll be. So it won't go up any higher than 2% per year. Then whatever that person buys the property for, it'll be 1% above that is where it'll start. So, I mean, I can go further in depth. I have a little bit more, put my own little twist on it, but ideally that's what it'd be for property taxes.
Senator
That make
James,
things pretty simple.
This committee is going to get to property taxes and rates of increases and caps and constitutional changes. I promise. I got to keep this right now to the government exemptions topic, and then we're going to hear a brief report from the Board of Equalization. We're not trying to start the property tax war at this first meeting, but it needs to be done, and we are going to do it. It's the first of 3 deals. So we're back. Is any other questions? So just to comment on what we did, that section 3 was a terrible idea. I don't remember how it got in there. I hope I didn't vote for it, but who knows? I was not very wise back then sometimes. But anyway, the rest of the bill has some legs, I think. And maybe if we have no more questions for the department, we could vacate and let others, members of the public, including our friends, elected officials, address us about it. So who wants to start? Ms. Huxtable, it's always good to see you. Oh, and Ms. Berg. Did you guys just come today so you didn't have to answer your phones that are going off the hooks? Kind of like that, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah.
And yes, my phone is ringing. Even the texts are coming up on my phone. So yeah, we aren't getting away from them too much. Respectfully, Dixie Huxtable, Converse County Assessor. I have with me the lady you know very well, the Fremont County Assessor, and I'll let her speak as well. This is a big topic to us. It is a huge issue to us. The lack of clarity is the issue to us. It would appear if you were looking, if I was not a county assessor and I saw this report for the first time and saw what was happening as far as what was being granted and was not, I'd say, man, those guys are just not doing their job. But I've been there and done that. And I have had those conversations with the taxing entities about the airport hangar that is a privately owned hangar on government land, that they just allowed it to be built there, but the private owner owns it. Is it taxable? Those questions we've dealt with. And it's not clear in the statutes. It's clearly defined in some parts of it, not defined in other parts, and totally ambiguous in other parts of the statutes. So from the assessor standpoint, we've talked about this a lot, and we need clarity. We don't care what is exempt or what is not. We will administer whatever the legislature wants to make exempt or make taxable, but we need clarity. And we would really ask that it be uniform. The part that Ms. Henson put in there about make it uniform across the board so that each level of government entity has the same requirements and the same guidelines to follow, because that's where it somewhat gets muddy as to you're treating this government entity different than that one. And clearly the statutes are not real clear for us. She did make a comment about the 2019 Senate File 59. As it was originally written without the Section 3, I do believe that the assessors were supportive of that and comfortable with that. Since 19, we've got additional activities going on in each county. I think you could have 23 different counties come in and tell you of activities that are going on with a government entity taking over some part of a traditionally private business that they're doing in their government resolutions, mostly because the taxpayers ask for it. Truly, I believe that it's not the governing entities wanting to make a bigger buck. It's just that somebody needs that service and it's not available. The question is, should it be taxable when the government starts doing those different things? The bowling alley, the movie theater. How do I make it exempt for the government, for the city to run it when the guy down the street is trying to keep his movie theater alive and he's paying taxes? How do you juggle that? It's very, very convoluted right now when it comes to governmental exemptions, and the assessors have stood firm that we will administer whatever exemptions you want to apply, just make it uniform and clear. I know of all those that were not granting the exemptions, or that were granting exemptions, it was probably not my colleague sitting to my right. If you go look at the cases, she was probably as one of the most knowledgeable, next to the Laramie County Assessor, King Gill, who deals with it a lot. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. So I'll turn it over to Tara to pick up whatever other questions we might have.
Thank you. Anything for Ms. Huxtable at this point? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Welcome, Assessor Burke.
Thank you. I'll expect to see you right after this meeting, not today, tomorrow, but the next day to file your appeal, correct?
I'm not doing it.
I won't take up too much of your time because between Director Henson, Brian and Dixie, they've covered what I have. It's very hard. And I think what happens so frequently to assessors is people say, well, the assessors are after the cities now, or the assessors are after. Our jobs are to administrate things fairly and equitably. I know you don't always believe that either, but fairly and equitably. So when you look at the private sector, and the yellow pages was best example I've heard of it. If you have, let's just take, and I'll just use it, they're sitting in the back of the room, but our community center in Lander. And I've talked to the city council, I've talked to the mayor, I've met with them. Our community center is government funded, built by the city, by money, by public funds, but it's operated in such a way that it's in competition with other properties in the city limits, or in the city, in the county. It's hard for me to look at these statutes and determine, well, just because it's city owned, does that mean for the rental fee and the fees that they have, does that mean it should be tax exempt just because the city owns it? If that's what the statute, what is governmental purpose? That's my, the city of Shoshone's doing a lot of stuff. They're expanding some stuff. They're trying to help their community. I understand that plight. But when it is a medical facility operated, then it's not operated by them. They've leased it out. So to another community or to another operating entity. While there isn't another one in Shoshone, there's other ones in Fremont County. That's what we're asking you. What is a governmental purpose and how do we administer those? Because it needs to stay fair and equal. Certainly everybody's who is paying property taxes went up this year. Commercial properties took an increase with the cost tables and things like that. So when you look at fair and equitable and who's paying taxes, and we need to look across the board and define truly what is a governmental purpose. What does that mean? What services are provided by the government? And that's it. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, start with Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that was shocking to me from this presentation was the slide 35, the findings from the counties on things that, I mean, I would think you come across every year. And so, I mean, I think as a county assessor, what I would think you would do is in your meetings, and I think you're having one now, you would come together and take a vote on everyone's opinion on it and then assess it equally. So have a debate on vacant schools, all 23 come together, and then go back and once you have a decision, kind of go with it. But that doesn't seem to be what's happening. There's wide disparities. And is the conversation on this not happening? Or are there just people just deciding, well, I'm gonna do it anyway? I mean, I would think this is something you call each other. Because I mean, just being on the revenue committee, for the most part, I think you definitely meet, you talk with each other. And I just am shocked by the disparities on this question on things that you're probably all coming across. And it raises questions even on the industrial facility thing, which with the DOR giving that up, I mean, are we going to see these kind of disparities on huge industrial facilities that previously the DOR was taking? I mean, so there's a number of different facets in that question, but I guess is say, could you have a chance to respond on what exactly is happening here and why aren't assessors getting more on the same page on things that are pretty apparent? So thank you.
Go for it.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Gray, great question, because I had forgot to comment on something a second ago, and this brings it very much to light. We do discuss it. We discuss it a lot. We have a lot of turnover in our association, just like other associations. So we're always trying to train new people. But you have to understand that we make the initial decision in the assessor's office, but then it goes before a county board of commissioners who have additional input or will give us guidance as to what they believe should or should not. And then truly for us, we have a county attorney who gives us advice and who is our legal counsel. And when the legal counsel tells you that they will not pursue this, you don't have a lot of options. And we do have some counties where that happens. Some of these that are on this list was because they wanted to either grant the exemption or not, depending on the situation, but they were given legal advice that they could not because that legal counsel felt they interpreted the law differently. So while the assessors may be all in agreement that we want to do it, if you don't have the support from your county commissioners and or legal counsel, it's not going to be granted or denied. It's going to be whatever their decision is, the legal counsel. So it's not just the assessor, it's the steps up above us that sometimes get caught up in the same gray area because there's a difference of opinion between the 3 commissioners or the 5 commissioners, the legal counsel, deputy counsel, all those play a part in it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, and I would like to respectfully suggest that maybe we should get the assessors and the legal counsel from all 23 together, because I mean, it is supposed to be equitable, and that is usually listed. It's listed in the Constitution. It's very high up in statute when we talk about this. And so you would think the council would agree that maybe they take a majority sort of informal straw poll, but when there is a consensus of some level, then everybody should do it on this question. I mean, when you have 40% of counties doing exemptions for supplied on one thing and 60% not, and 64% doing it on vacant schools, the exemption, and 36% not. I mean, it just, you're missing on equitability, which is supposed to be the number one thing.
And
Thank
so Representative Gray, but we'll let them take a shot at it, but let me give you some perspective as I see it. Remember, if we weren't talking about these exemptions, we were just talking about the level of property taxes. Until the state really started requiring education and uniformity and the Board of Equalization was enforcing it, we didn't have equivalent property taxes across the state. And so, you know, assessors have a constituency. They're elected by their county. They see things differently. And it was very difficult to get to where we have a uniform statewide system of property taxation. Some people will say we're still not there, but we achieved that after decades of hard work. And now this is like an area where probably never received the centralized attention from the legislature. And, you know, we changed the Constitution on market value, by the way. That was big uniformity. So it's just kind of coming into being. At the same time, we're seeing more and more activities by government, which are not what was traditionally done by government. So I think it's kind of hard to say, well, assessors go in a room and decide the policy on this. I kind of think it's our job to decide the policy, but and I think that's maybe what we're trying to do. But you guys can answer the question too. I just needed to frame it a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Very well said. We would love to get together with all the legal counsel and have us all sit in the same room and have some of these discussions. Unfortunately, they're elected officials as well, or fortunately, and they have their own right to their own opinion. So I can't really tell them what they think or not think. We are asking this body, we're asking the legislature to give us the clarity so we can sit in the room with those other elected officials and say, this is what the law says. This is what we're supposed to be doing. There's not a gray area anymore. This is what we're supposed to be doing. And we need to do our jobs, and we need your support behind us when we do that. Certainly, sometimes it's funding, sometimes it's maybe education, but there are some counties that don't have the funds for the legal battle. I don't know if that plays a part in it. But clearly, if it was, I believe, and we believe, if it was clear in the statutes, there probably would be less litigation, period, but there'd be more uniformity as well.
Okay, one more time.
Thank
We
you.
are behind
Thank you, sir.
time.
I do want to say one more comment here. that
Yes.
I think that no matter what, if we can pass something, and I'm not sure it's going to happen, I still think that uniformity is the number one burden. So even if the statute does have problems, it would be better for all 23 to try to come to some consensus, and that should be the number one priority. But I don't know if the legislature can get, I certainly am for providing more clarity on this, so.
Maybe we'll get there. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, so I didn't want to take up time on the topic, but I did want to air out something that I heard that was very disturbing this month, which is that an assessor received a death note at her residence. And I think that's something that the legislature really needs to condemn, that it's not okay to receive a death threat for the duty that you perform, that we assign to you, and that you also don't levy taxes. You do the job that we assigned, which is to assess property. And if anyone has problems with the property tax amount, they should come to the legislature and not give death threats to assessors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It'd be good if we didn't get death threats either, but we'll say that is a shameful, the level of civil discourse is at its lowest ever, seems like. So we are,
Mr. Chairman,
above
she's,
that.
she's received 2 death threats. She received another one on her car.
ah,
So pray for her, Sundance.
let's pray for her. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, shall we get other public comment on this topic? Ms. Urbakite. I bet you'd like to make a comment and get out of here. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Lori Urbakite, and I'm currently, right at this moment, representing the Wyoming Airport Coalition. Our chair of the legislative committee was online and he wanted to testify, but his testimony was just going to be that we are very willing and ready and able to work with you to make certain that anything that you do in this realm does not negatively impact the airports with their operation in the FAA. So I just want to give that, and hopefully you'll be done soon. Thank you.
We're sure going to try. Thank you, Ms. Urbakite. I take it we didn't have any questions, but Mr. Riemann. Our brains are thinking very fast now, so you can all talk fast and talk shortly.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the County Commissioners Association. We too are supportive of identifying some clarity. This is as much an issue for commissioners as it is for assessors or anybody else in this process. Senate File 59 perhaps is a starting point. There will likely be arguments about elements of that, but we'll work with you on that. Certainly Section 3 was a poison pill, and we would hope that that would not be part of anything that moves forward in this process. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Questions? Got one?
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chairman.
Jennings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I'd like to touch on that on Section 3, because I wasn't privy to the conversation in that. And you're saying it's a poison pill, but it seems like that on page 7, line 10 through 13, seems like that would solve a lot of what appears to be the poison pill part. It seems like that, or they shall make the property available for sale, or shall make a finding showing good cause. So it seems like that anybody that could just show good cause solves that problem. So what is the consternation? What's the problem with Section 3 there?
Mr. Riemann.
Good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Section 3 really forced the sale of these assets amongst communities that may have received assets for no reason that let's just take my members as an example. Counties often receive properties through a variety of different means. One of those, of course, is that the voters tell the commissioners or the county or whoever that you are going to do X activity. You may have taken that in some sort of a repossession process or a lack of tax payment and other things of that nature. So And, you know, when I talk to my commissioners about this provision, many of them shared that there are properties that they own that they didn't even know that they owned, that they took possession of simply because of a transaction. And so it was the forced sale of these assets and, you know, concerns about that process, fire sales, et cetera, that might result from that. And many others could articulate their issues with it as well. But that's part of what memory serves me on that particular provision.
So Representative Jennings, I could agree with you on section 3. It kind of fits my philosophy. I could do that. But in order to get a bill passed in this area, that is like too much to wrap into the first bill. Separate bill, maybe. I would co-sponsor it. But to you know, it's the enemy of perfection could be the enemy of good, and good would definitely be to clarify these definitions. So you're welcome to respond.
Mr. Chairman, so I don't disagree with you on the strategy. I'm not disagreeing that we might want to think about a second bill. I was just trying to wrap my mind around. And when you say like a fire sale, they've owned it for 10 years and they still have the opportunity to show why they don't want to sell. And so I was just only trying to wrap my mind around why you would have, I mean, this isn't a fire sale. You didn't just discover it. You had 10 years and then you just can't show that it's being used for a governmental use. If it's being used there, or you're going to, you show good cause. It just struck me peculiar that you guys would have consternation with that, with a 10-year lag period.
It's Mr. Chairman, Representative Jennings, ultimately it does require that the property has to be sold. And in some instances, that would be contrary to the wishes of a local community and perhaps not even my members' wishes. But that's what ultimately that provision says.
Okay. Anybody else for Mr. Reedman? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you not agree that
I love the ones that start, would you not agree? That's good. Keep going.
Okay, parks. In our case, a ski lodge that at a trailhead that the county in Natrona County owns, and facilities out at Alcova that the county manages. Do you not agree that those in many cases serve some sort of public good?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not here to debate whether it's a public good. I think the question is it a taxable asset? And that's what I think we need to determine. I'm not here to say that Senate File 59 was perfect in every element. In fact, I think I said that we need to have that debate. It's just a starting point for the conversation and probably likely includes all of the elements that we need to be debating in this process.
Anybody else? Let you off the hook, Representative Mr. Reedman. Anybody else want to testify on this bill? Or we don't have a bill. I'm sorry, Mr. Fraser, on this topic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, David Fraser, Executive Director, Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Anybody here surprised that I came up to the table on this issue? With me at the table is Char Lara, the treasurer of the host city of Lander, who is also a member of the board of directors of the Wyoming Association of Municipalities, by the way. So just a couple of quick thoughts. First is good thing this is the last thing on your agenda today.
It's not.
I know. I'm just teasing. I'll be quick because of that. First of all, I want to say we really appreciate the county assessors and the job they do. Of course, a significant part of our revenue stream comes from the work that they do. So we appreciate that. I will say for the record that I think death threats in general are bad. And I don't mean to make light of it, completely unacceptable. I'm not sure that you can, and I understand their desire for some clarity. And I think if you guys want to bring some clarity, we're certainly up for the discussion. I do want to say that I'm not sure you can take all the ambiguity out of this. And beyond that, I'm not sure that you should, because one size doesn't fit all. For example, I live in the city of Cheyenne presently, grew up in Sundance, by the way. I need to throw that out as often as I can. But I live in Cheyenne, and there are plenty of health clinics in Cheyenne because there's enough patients there that, that people want to build health clinics and staff them up in Cheyenne. We have, but we do have, we do have one community, and I wasn't going to name names, but they've already been named, Shoshone, who's also here. Mayor Highsmith is in the back of the room there, who didn't have access, didn't have a clinic. And of course, we're small enough that it wasn't going to come. And so they actually have provided free of charge. They don't get rent from it, but they have provided a building for a clinic so that they can have physicians in their community, but for the provision of that property, they wouldn't have that service in their community. And so I just use that as it's just not apples and apples when you look at cities like Cheyenne and what the private sector will provide, and places like Shoshone and what the private sector will provide. So again, I just use that by quick way of example of why maybe you shouldn't take all the ambiguity out of it. And I think, over time, there's not a new issue in America, and it's been left with some ambiguity and calls for some judgment on the part of the assessor. I also think that, despite along with the good things I just said about the assessors, I think sometimes a taxpayer has the right to question their judgment. And so I think it's also important that there be an appeals process, and we have a pretty good appeals process outlined in the statute. Probably not perfect. I don't know if the perfect one exists, but it is important also to have that appeals process. So again, I would just say that, if you want to have this discussion, we're in for it. I think if you go into it thinking you're going to remove all the ambiguity, you're going to get frustrated. But as we have the discussion, I think the primary thing that I would ask you to keep in mind is page 8 of the presentation, the tax spiral, which was referenced and not read in its entirety, but was referenced. And that says the purpose of such an exemption is to prevent an escalating spiral of unnecessary taxation and administrative costs with no benefit to the public. If one governmental entity chooses to tax the property of another governmental entity, the governmental entity forced to pay taxes may have to levy and collect new taxes to meet the demands of the tax. The effect of such a tax spiral is that the public would be taxing itself to raise money to pay itself. The only benefit of such a system is that it satisfies a bureaucratic desire for exactitude by taking money out of one pocket and putting it in another. So again, I think that I just hope that will be the basis of the, I hope you'll keep that in mind during the entire conversation. I do think that, I get the whole, government shouldn't usurp the private sector. I mean, I get that, and I also believe that, but I also have lived in small communities, like I mentioned, where sometimes the government's asked to do a little bit more because the private sector can't or won't in those communities. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for Mr. Frazier? Not seeing any. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you believe that, like, the city of Casper has certain portions of land that they deem possible, eventually there'll be a development, a road needs pushed through, that only the city can kind of motivate folks, but forcing a sale in 10 years if that was still appropriate. Is there sometimes governmental need for some of those portions and governmental need like the Casper Event Center or the Lander Community Center plays a role in economic development and activities to bring future businesses in.
Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Mr. Sweeney, there were a couple of questions involved there, and the second one, I think, talked about the quality of life, which is absolutely an economic development issue. I remember in grad school, the associate dean saying once that talking about incentives that are given and how that kind of ends up being a little bit of a zero-sum game, because he says at the end of the day, a company's probably locating to the city that the CEO's wife likes the golf course best. Which was an exaggeration, but quality of life issues do enter those decisions, not just because they're going to bring their employees there, but they're going to have, the decision makers are going to live there as well. Back to the first part of your question, I'm not familiar with the specifics of Casper's real estate holdings, but I will say that it isn't uncommon for a city to hold real estate for economic development purposes. And sometimes what makes a project pencil is the city being able to bring that resource to the table. And I could give examples, which I won't in the interest of time unless you ask me to. I could give examples where I've seen that used very effectively. So in addition to the obvious and specifically to that question, sometimes cities do hold property and have opportunities that come to them. Sometimes they hold properties for the other reason you mentioned, that they foresee where the site of a park or a road or a school would be, and they want to hang on to that to ensure that.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Thank you. Ms. Lar?
Members of the board, chairman, I have been the city treasurer here for 16 years. In 16 years, we have never had a profit at the community center. We had an old community center and it burned down. We had given it away so many times to the public for free, for funerals, to the school, for elections, that we could recoup $0 from the insurance company for lost revenues. So we had to build this new building. Nobody else stepped up to build a building that would hold 900 people, that would hold conferences, large funerals, all the state meetings that get held at that building. So we built it and we got beat up for building it. We had to use some taxpayer money for it. I was on that fundraising committee. We pounded the streets. We went to SLIB for it to be able to build that building. We built the building. In the first COVID year, we lost $97,000. Of course, we didn't qualify for COVID funds because we were a government entity. So we're darned if we do, and we're darned if we don't for running this facility. I don't think anyone wants to pick up a $6 million building. The electricity on it's $48,000 a year, $38,000 for gas. And it's a building that doesn't get rented out 365 days of the year. We're not running this building to make a profit. Ideally, I would have loved to have made a profit on this building and been able to have money to put away for depreciation. We don't even cover our depreciation costs on this building. We run this building for nonprofits. 50% of the rentals are for nonprofits, governmental agencies coming to do a conference in the middle of the state. So we just received our tax bill from the assessor and she did discount it from the $6 million, which would have been a $38,000 bill, to $1 million and some change. And it's $10,000. So what do we have to do if we have to pay $10,000? We'll have to, we got to stop the bleed sometime. I mean, we can't keep bleeding on the community center, providing it for the public for these things. When do we stop? When is it enough that we say, okay, it's better that we just close the building down and then we don't have that available to the public. If somebody came and offered to buy the building from us, we would probably gladly sell it because we're not making money on it.
So Ms. Lara, the bill that we had before actually exempted or gave, community centers are listed as a government purpose, as are healthcare facilities, hospitals. You know, they're all listed as governmental purposes, so they wouldn't be taxed under the bill that we had before. And I don't know if that's the bill we're going to take up, or even if we're going to take up anything, but it didn't go quite as far as I think you guys are saying.
Well, we received a tax bill where you have to go through the process of submitting our claims that
Yeah.
that it's not. Our
So
golf
if you
course,
wanted though to avoid that tax bill, you should support this bill.
right.
That's right.
And we also received a bill for our golf course, which
Okay.
also does not operate on a profit. And as far as the airports, yes, we provide a service, but what we charge for lease for the airports sure doesn't cover what our 2% match is to do pavement maintenance, or the 4% that we have to pay on the other types of grants. So yes, we're providing airport, we're renting these airport hangars, but we're sure not making money on it. City of Lander just picked up the fuel to be able to sell our airport fuel just to stop the bleeding at the airport. Because when you do a $3 million project and you're paying 2%, and all you're collecting is $20,000 in hangar space and $2,000 in aviation tax, it doesn't cover it. And you tell us we need to make ourselves self-sufficient, that we can't rely on the taxes and our direct distribution. But we tried,
Whoa,
we're
whoa,
just
whoa,
trying
we
to stop.
didn't say
I know,
that.
but we're just
Please,
trying, I know,
don't go
but
too far.
I'm just saying, we're just trying to stop the bleed. We're trying to
Sure.
make enough so that we're not bleeding and covering these in the airport, the golf course, the community center. And so charging us tax doesn't make sense to do that when we're just gonna have to either quit doing it or pass that buck off to somebody else.
Okay, thank you. Questions from Mr. Lara? No questions. Thank you very much. Who else would like to address the committee on this bill? Or it's not a bill. We don't have a bill yet. Anybody like to address on this topic? Okay. Mr. Mayor, are you coming up? Come on. You kind of got your own armored car there. Welcome, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chairman.
Let's turn your microphone on, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. It's good being here. I'm going to turn this over to my Chief of Police, Deputy Clerk, and Treasurer. He wears 3 hats, and let him sort of discuss some of our frustrations and what we've been doing in Shoshone and talk about our taxation.
Yes, sir. Introduce yourself. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Kojai, I'm the Chief of Police, as well as the Clerk and Treasurer for the town of Shoshone.
Wow.
And thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. So I just wanted to briefly speak about our medical clinic. Back when the COVID epidemic first started, we had a glaring need for healthcare, and with the lockdowns and whatnot, the mayor directed to search for ways to get a medical clinic in Shoshone. So using the CARES Act funding through SLIB, the top 5 elected officials of the state of Wyoming agreed that we should have funding to build, construct, as well as provide equipment for a clinic. And then the resolution was the only way that we could get a service provider to provide service in Shoshone. There was not a market enough for them, obviously, to build their own clinic, much less the equipment and all the infrastructure that takes place. So we were able to get that constructed and put into place. We found a service provider, Hot Springs Health, as well as the sister companion there in Hot Springs, Gotchi Rehabilitation. And they were able to utilize a small space in there, but the main purpose of it, of the building itself, was for Hot Springs Health to provide medical care. So we have been doing that, but part of that was that it was not profitable and it's not self-sustaining. So we had to utilize through council our general fund revenue monies to subsidize essentially that service to be able to be provided. So we pay the utilities, we pay all the infrastructure costs, and they provide the service for the general public in Shoshone. And then when it comes to the taxation, we did get a tax bill last year, which we did pay. And we got one again this year. We didn't meet with COVID, we did not meet the appeal process last year. And so this year we did appeal, but what I would like to bring up is on chapter 14 of the Department of Revenue's rules, it stipulates that if a service is rendered gratuitously, supported by taxes, and for public welfare or enjoyment generally, the property associated with providing service is exempt. I did quote that on our initial application for an exemption, and that was never covered. It was denied. We were charged a tax. The issue is for Shoshone, $3,000 tax might not seem like a lot, but with the recent population count, we took a huge hit on our revenues, even though I did a house by house count and we're off by 105 people that was not counted properly. But we can't address that. But $3,000 for us is extremely impactful for our ability to function. And we had to actually take staff from full-time to part-time as a result, not just the 3,000, but as a totality. And the process for us to appeal it is even more cost prohibitive to go through this process. Now we have to appeal it. And I think it's disproportionate on smaller communities, which comprise 3/4 of the municipalities in Wyoming that are under 1,000 people. And for the process to appeal some of these things is getting harder and harder and more cost prohibitive to be able to do, as well as it was previously in previous testimony, that cities are doing things now that was not thought of years and years ago in an attempt to be able to sustain themselves and grow and be self-sufficient, and healthcare being a key component and a requirement that we need to provide. I would also point out that in Fremont County, as you know, Frontier Ambulance Service is a for-profit company. They are subsidized by taxpayer money. They are provided with taxpayer purchased equipment, as well as facilities and buildings. But we're taxed for doing the exact same thing for our citizens. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee.
Would you mind saying your last, I don't think you introduced yourself, and I can't see that far. Probably when you're writing me a speeding ticket, I could probably get that. pretty
I
good.
would never write a speeding.
Yes, you would, but that's okay. You should. Go ahead.
Christopher Kojai.
Koja?
Kojai.
Do not.
Okay, don't read it.
Do not read the tag.
Kojan. Okay, Mr. Kojan, Chief Kojan, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'd just like to piggyback off a little bit of what Chris has brought up. If we look back there, he referred to section 14. It also talks about that a governmental property will be considered, it's different for governmental than individual, would be considered exempt and would be up to I don't remember the exact word, but I'll paraphrase, up to the taxing body to prove that property is not exempt, does not meet the requirements to be exempt. So my question, why are we appealing? Why is the town of Shoshone appealing? We're exempt according, it says government property will be assumed that it is exempt.
Yeah, but it does, the Constitution says if it's used for governmental purpose, and I think that's the place where this is all being opened up. Is this a governmental purpose or not? Certainly healthcare is provided non-governmentally a lot of places. So I think we've crossed the.
But excuse me, Chairman.
Well, we're not talking about just being owned by government, and it's this governmental purpose piece.
But that is do we have conflicting?
Sure, that's
statements, because it clearly states, what is it, 14-B, what is that, Chris?
The regulation.
The regulation.
Yeah.
it clearly states that government property will be assumed to be exempt. So if the taxing authority feels that we do not meet that requirement, I believe they should be the one appealing, not us. I think they need to be appealing that we do not believe. I believe some authority or something, direction been given to assessors that was not intended. I believe we're putting too much, there could be been too much burden putting on the assessors to make that decision. I think that decision should be higher up. I think if the assessors believe that our clinic does not meet governmental use, I believe it says that's their burden to prove that it's not exempt. That's what it says. I'm just repeating that. And my question is, through the years or whatever, it's just the assessors have taken on that burden, which has got to be, I mean, they got a heck of a job to make those decisions. But I'm thinking the initial intent of the law when it was written possibly could be that it goes higher up, that somebody else is making that decision that what is exempt or not. Like the legislature is trying to draw that out where it's more clearly right now. But that I just really believe, I'm just reading, I'm sort of a country boy. And I just kind of read what it says. And darn, that's what it says.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm a
Thank
country
you.
boy too. The people of Wyoming in the 1950s passed a constitution that said that it has to be used for a governmental purpose. So they opened up this can of worms.
Yeah.
And we're
I
trying to do
agree.
is seek a little clarity. We are with you in seeking clarity.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's about all of it. We're
No,
not going to
I'm
win
not-
the fight by arguing right now.
Oh, no. I agree with you and I'm not disagreeing with that one at all. I'm just saying that the wrong person's making that decision.
There you go. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We recognize that you are not the Board of Appeals on this, and I do appreciate listening to a couple of our members, and as you say, it is obvious that there's a little frustration on both sides of this. I would again reiterate that we're, if you want to have a discussion of this, we're happy to be a productive part of that. And again, I would just indicate, let's avoid the tax spiral. If you wonder whether $3,000 is a lot in Shoshone, I refer again to Chris's 3 titles. So
That
appreciate your
point's well
time.
made, sir. Questions for the gentleman? Any questions? Thank you very much. Anybody else want to address us? Anybody else? All right, I think we're probably not at a good position to make decisions on any of this stuff, but let's go to our next topic and we'll revisit what we're going to do. We have the chairwoman of the State Board of Equalization drove from Cheyenne to talk to us and see her brother.
And see my brother who just
So,
moved here.
The state board has been noodling on some things that they think could be helpful, and we'll turn it to you.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. Chairman.
Chairwoman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm glad you have added us to your agenda to work on issues primarily after this meeting, but more in towards the fall. We sent the 3 worksheets or white papers to you, and I think just to give you a quick summary, they're very much related. In 1994, Senator Enzi, Representative Hines, and I split the Board of Equalization and the Department of Revenue into 2 entities. And over the course of the last 25 years, you're finding things that went with one agency before were with the department that are now with the board, vice versa, things that just haven't really been expanded upon. We've changed, certainly working with you all, we've changed how the county boards do their hearings. We've written rules for them. And so what you see in the 3 white papers is sort of an opportunity to come back and say, what do you want these entities to do? The first white paper is about a case that went to the Supreme Court. And in the case, it was a mineral case. We had Both parties had an issue that they wanted us to solve. They each addressed it. And both of them, we thought, missed the entire scope of the statute. And so we said, go back, look at it again, come back to us. Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. You can only look at the questions that the parties present to you, which raised the concern if they raised the wrong question, then we're going to answer a question, but it wasn't really the full question of the law. So I think that's, it's explained a little better in the white paper, but that's more the authority you want the board to have. The second one is about the examination process. That was also once when the Board of Equalization was also the director of the Department of Revenue. And it's the complaint department. And it is, how do you want the complaint department to work? If the citizen has a concern about how an assessor is working, how things are working in their community, if they feel that the taxes aren't uniform, is that a separate issue that they can have us look into? And it really comes up with a lot of people forget to file their appeals. And then when the appeal period is over, they ask us to do an examination so that they can show that their taxes were wrong. And so what we're just asking here is for you to clarify what you want our examination authority to be, what the scope is. And then the other one is the question of how to get people off the hamster wheel on the remands from the county boards. If you have an appeal to the county board and then you appeal that to the state board and we send it back to the county board and then they send it back to the assessor and the assessor says, yeah, I was right. Then what happens then? And I can't imagine how frustrating that must be to a taxpayer to have gone all the way from the county board to the state board, back to the county board and back to the assessor and have them say, yeah, I'm right, and not have some way to work around that. So that's what the third issue is about. And we're going to come back to Lander. I'm like that all these meetings are in Lander and work with the assessors. And we've been speaking with the County Commissioners Association. A lot of it is training. A lot of it is just understanding how to do the appeal process, how you write an order. As you know, there are appeals. Last year we had appeals in six counties that came to the state board out of the 23. The appeals that we have are from 6 counties. So part of the problem is there are a lot of counties that never have appeals, whose county commissioners never sit as a county board of equalization, who consequently maybe don't do it as well as other counties. And if they get one appeal, it gets appealed to us and back to them, and they're not really sure what to do with it. So that's really what the third issue is. How do you want that appeal process to work? And it does go to the Representative Gray's point earlier. We're simply there to make sure that the county board followed the law. We don't change the value either. If we think they didn't follow the law, we'll send it back to them and tell them to, look at that. But those are all the things that we think we ought to work on and want to work on in the summer so that when we come back in the fall, we maybe have some bills and some ideas and some things you can go forward with.
Okay, questions for the state board chairman? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try. So I in particular for Natrona County, there's a great deal of frustration. Unfortunately, I can't get my county commissioners to actually weigh in on their frustration. And so I question why some of these things can't be done in your own rules, and why some of the interpretation, I think our county attorney is very good, yet there's been a lot of blame placed by the State Board of Equalization on inadequate and not following the rules, and from my interpretation. And I think a lot of that could be, I'm thinking, in your rules, and how they're being interpreted by our state board. And I believe some of our county commissioners have actually come down, our current chairman, and sat and tried to figure some of these things out, what's proper. So my question boils down to, in all 3 cases, the statutory requirement that we have to take action. and we have to provide the clarity. So if that could be explained.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I think, when I present them that they're statutory, certainly the authority of the board when we hear a mineral case, how much authority do you want us to have? Pretty much every mineral case that comes to the state board is appealed to the district court. And most of those are immediately certified to the Supreme Court because they just take the work we've done and go straight to the Supreme Court. And so what we're asking is that the way you want that process to work? Do you want us to be the true, basically the trial fact finder for a straight appeal to the board? Now, the county board part is a separate, completely different. We're an appeals board for the county boards. So all we are is a lot like, the Supreme Court. We can only look at the record that was created at the county level. And if they don't send us a complete record or they don't develop and create a full record, we send it back. And oftentimes we simply say, there's just nothing here for us to make a decision on. But remember, we only put these rules in 4 years ago. So I agree with you. It's, we need to go back and talk with commissioners and the assessors and the county attorneys and say what works for it and what doesn't. So it's not all of these will necessarily need statutory authority, but some of them, I think you'll just want to know the answers to. If we meet with both of these groups and we find some things that we'll need to change in our rules, we'll make those changes. But we think you need to know how the whole continuum of the process works.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Mockler. I just,
Senator, I like that.
well, once a senator.
I get to do
always.
that, yeah.
Appreciate your service, your continued service. Looking at these three, sure you want all those? Is there a part what would be the first things first out of those three? It seemed like it'd almost be the last one, the third one.
I think you'd think it was the third one. We'd think it was the first one.
Really? Okay.
Because that was an incredibly, and it's an interesting case. You should go onto the website and read it because it was a 3-2 decision by the Supreme Court. And the dissent by Justice Broomgarden was pretty scathing because it really just said, if two parties ask us a question and both of you ask the wrong question, we have to answer one of the wrong questions. We can't say, wait a minute, you missed what the statute really says. And so we really think that needs to be clarified. And because that is in our capacity as a trial court, as a fact-finding court. And that's what the record is developed at our level that then goes to the district court and the Supreme Court. So if we can't have a clear record at that point, it's got to be incredibly frustrating for the taxpayers because it just doesn't get them the answer that they're going to want at the end of the process through the Department of Revenue or the state and the taxpayer.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So really, you've got them listed in order then?
Well, you could skip the examination one.
Okay.
What we've had to do with that one was if a taxpayer comes to us and says, please investigate our assessor because my taxes are all wrong and the assessor's office is not operating correctly, et cetera, chances are it's because they missed their deadline and we can send those back. But if you want us to have the capacity to really go in and look at how an assessor's office works, separate from what we do when we look at the abstract and the equalization part, then we just wanted to know if you wanted to continue that. So I would do them 1, skip 2, and do 3.
Representative Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, of these three, I'm definitely most excited about that third one, the remanding issue. I think that's something we wanted to address last year, and the other two I think more about. But I did want to ask one other question that's been on my mind on this update from the state board is this letter that was sent to the Natrona County assessor, sort of validating his approach towards tax assessment. I want to ask you about the appropriateness of that. And Chairman Mockler, I do appreciate your service, and I understand it's a difficult thing, but I don't agree with the state board issuing that letter. I think it calls into question the impartiality of the board on these Natrona County cases. So I wanted to talk with you a little bit because the assessor is waving this around and saying that this is validating everything that's going on in Natrona County over a 3-year period. And I just, with all due respect, I just think it was an error. So would you agree, or, just want to give you a chance to respond? Thank you.
Well, I hope I don't.
Go ahead, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. The letter is in response to the order, and I think the order is on our website, and I think that many of you have a copy of the order. It was a pretty serious order that was given to the Natrona County assessor literally the day he took office, because Natrona County, and I don't know how much you want to go into what has happened in Natrona County over the last 8 years. And at a certain point, when the state board has numbers that support that the county is completely out of whack, and it usually is a 5-year period, we have to look at least 5 years before we can say and confirm statistically that the numbers are wrong. Then we issue an order and we tell them, and for the most part, we tell them to work with the Department of Revenue to completely clean up their act, to go in there and clean up their sales files, to go in there and clean up their computer systems. They'd have properties they have to see. Every property in every county has to be seen within a 6-year period. They hadn't been to some of those properties in 15 years. So we sent all of that in the order. And then every year we've kept the order in place. And the letter that you are referencing is simply us saying the order is still in place. And that's the first sentence of the letter. Natrona County is not out from under the order of the state board to bring its statistical numbers into compliance with both the department's rules and the state board's rules. And so the letter was sort of admitting and accepting the fact that in those last 2 years, that county has made considerable progress. The numbers came in almost in compliance last year, which is, considering where they were, somewhat miraculous. And so when we wrote the letter, we were trying to say to Natrona County, don't stop what you're doing. You went from having 7 employees in a county to like Laramie County had 21 employees doing the same thing, or 27 employees. You've added 15 people to that office and gotten them certified. So it's an ongoing process from our perspective of, yes, you're doing better, but you're not out from under that order. And that order has not been lifted.
Okay, anybody else? Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is the State Board of Equalization constitutionally mandated, or how do we get some power back to the County Board of Equalization?
Mr.
Madam
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the equalization process is constitutionally mandated to the State Board of Equalization. Our statutory responsibility is the hearing process for appeals from the Department of Revenue. The equalization process is through the Constitution. And yet at the same time, you all define it. I mean, you come in and you tell us, what do you want our equalization role to be? So, but you have to provide for a board of equalization that will meet the uniform and equal goals of the Constitution. And you can certainly give more authority to the county boards. I think they'd love that. Where they have to, I'm sorry, but I don't know what it would be. I mean, I think that's a completely different discussion. If you want to have a local county board that has more authority than it does now, I think you'd have to go through a pretty extensive review process.
And just opening that up slightly, your third proposal, where you have a prescriptive remand, that also includes county boards, right?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Whenever you write an opinion, what we're asking, what we're going to work with the county boards on is, you can't just say, we remand this back to the assessor to look at it again. We need to make sure that they know that they have to give them a reason to look at it again. And that's why I said the hamster wheel is that, go back and look at this again. And they said, yeah, we did, and it was good. Wasn't because it wasn't reversed and remanded. And if you're going to reverse and remand, you give a different direction we would be giving a different direction to the county board. And if they reverse and remand, they give a different direction to the assessor. So I think a lot of this is training and working with the attorneys.
And then, Madam Chairwoman and Representative Sweeney, I think my point is that would give them some power. So maybe it would elevate them. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I think that's one of the proposals here. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I sat through a couple of hearings, and even though the county board tried to point some things out to our assessor, and the county attorney had to represent the assessor, it was obvious to me that in their vote, they had to vote with the assessor because of the rules. And they couldn't remand it, even though they wanted to, down to the state, because the state would bounce it back. And I wish I was more learned in all the details. I'm not an attorney, and don't totally understand some of this, but it just seems to me that our county board, maybe it doesn't happen in any other county, which I find hard to believe, but with our assessor's situation, who has been, coached by many, including the state board, it just doesn't seem like our county board really has any authority over the duly elected assessor, even though they can prove the LEAs are statistically not accurate. And back to the matrix that the state board approved.
Okay, so now remember, we're not trying to solve all these problems right now.
Okay.
We're talking about future work. Madam Chairwoman, please answer if you can.
Mr.
And then
Chairman,
let's move on to another topic.
just so, we're clear, right now, neither the state board or a county board can make policy or set values. We're simply reviewing the work that the county assessor did. So if there were no errors, if the other party comes in and can't show that this county assessor made any mistakes, we accept what the county assessor did, but we can't, if we find that we think there were errors, we send it back. But we can't change the value and we can't set the policy for the office. And that's true for both the state board and the county boards. So if that's something you want to get into of, we looked at all of these and we said, yeah, this property should be worth, 5 times as much. We can't do that. All we can say is it looks like they got that this LEA was incorrectly reviewed, and send it back and be specific. And that's what I meant about the specificity, which is why we want to work with the county commissioners, the attorneys, and the assessors on how to make sure that specificity is in the orders.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. Let's just say, would the board be able to supply specific language if we were to take up bill drafts at a future date?
Yes, that's why we have 2 lawyers on that board. So
Right.
we will definitely.
And
do
you're
that,
the
we'll work
non-lawyer.
with- What?
You're the non-lawyer and the board agreed. Was it unanimous on all the subjects?
I think the tiny little difference was that they wanted to get rid of, the other 2 want to get rid of the examination authority, and I wanted to amend it, but we were the same on everything else.
Okay, thank you. Before we do, why don't you work on preparing some language that we could consider, and let's hear public testimony on this issue.
Okay.
Thank you very much for making all the way. Anybody want to talk on these issues? Does anybody want to hold us for another half hour so we could set another record in Lander for long meetings? I'm at the end of my rope. I think we'll just take it up again in the morning. Yes. Let's hear what it
Yeah,
is.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion for us to work with the State Board of Equalization to draft the third idea into bill form, the remanding authority for county boards of equalization, and allowing them to specify some sort of, not just remand it, but also address an actual value to it and address the issue.
So Representative Gray, my thinking is we're going to be taking up all 3 bills at a future time. And would you be okay with that? If we just said, let's look at all 3 issues and look at their language? Would you be okay with
Mr.
it?
Chairman, I'm probably not going to bring a motion for that because the other 2, I'm not sure I'm not excited about, but I have to think more about the other 2. But if you're just going to do it through your authority as the chairman,
No, I'm happy to have a motion.
Okay.
I just think this is one of my philosophies is that if a state entity comes to the legislature and asks us to consider something we probably ought to do it. And the State Board of Equalization is kind of pretty important. They put 3 things forward. And I'm ready to consider all 3 at the appropriate time, not tonight. But we can do it piecemeal and we can take one, or if you want a friendly amendment, take all 3. Let's hear it. Discussion. Got all 3? But can we just do a straw poll? How many would prefer to just have all 3? Raise your hand. How many want to do just one? Okay, it looks like, can we go with all 3? We'll have 3 things to look at the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Sweeney.
on the third one, did you have any thoughts, Representative Gray, through the chair, on presumption?
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly think we could add that, and as an amendment, we should probably just keep it to the memos for now. I appreciate you bringing that up, but you know, we can keep having the discussion. It's funny because this is what we were just talking about last time, but
Yeah,
it consensus builds over time. So
you guys we're going to take up property taxes in a more specificity at the next meeting. And this is just getting our toe in the water in our first meeting of the interim. So definitely can bring more proposals, including proposals that we considered last time. Totally in order. Do you agree, Mr. Co-Chairman?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I think we're good on the direction for the handling the state board issues. Is there any other issues to come before the committee today? Now, just be glad you're not on TRW, because if you're on TRW, you'd be gone by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Oh, tomorrow. Anyway, all the best. We'll see you in the morning, 8:30, right here. Can we leave stuff? What do you think? I wouldn't leave your computer. School districts are short of resources here and they'll probably steal it.